I had been planning this trip for months. The idea of escaping the city, the endless noise, the constant movement of people and cars, and the never-ending deadlines was irresistible. I needed silence, solitude, and the chance to be completely disconnected. I found the cabin online through a small, obscure rental site. It was advertised as remote, isolated, and surrounded by dense forest, with no neighbors for miles. The photos were convincing. A small, sturdy wooden structure, weathered but solid, perched near the edge of a river that cut through the forest. It had a small dock, a fireplace, and a handful of basic furniture. There was no electricity, no cell reception, and the nearest town was over an hour away on rough dirt roads. Exactly what I wanted. I drove for hours, the city gradually giving way to winding roads flanked by dense pine forests. As I got deeper, the trees grew thicker and the shadows longer. The smell of pine and damp earth filled the air, a sharp contrast to the exhaust fumes of the city. I could feel the stress leaving my body with every mile. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low, and a chill had started creeping into the air. The cabin was exactly as the photos had shown. A small wooden structure with dark brown siding, a tin roof, and a stone chimney. The windows were dusty, the porch creaked under my weight, and the door locked securely behind me. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and faint mold. Dust covered the furniture, and cobwebs hung in corners. There was a bed with a thin mattress, a small table with 2 chairs, a wood stove, and a few shelves filled with outdated books and some kitchen supplies. I set down my bag, stretched, and looked around. It was perfect, quiet, remote, exactly what I wanted. The first night was unnerving but peaceful. The wind outside whispered through the trees, branches scraping against the roof. I lit the stove and read by its glow until the fire died down. The darkness outside felt total, complete. I could barely make out the shapes of trees through the windows. I slept poorly, my ears straining for sounds that might indicate the presence of wildlife or other people. The rustling of leaves, distant snaps of branches, and the occasional low growl or scream from an unknown animal kept me alert. But there was a strange comfort in being completely alone. The next day, I decided to explore the surrounding forest. I packed a small backpack with water, food, a map, and my camera. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick and wet from recent rains. Each step sank slightly into the soft earth, and the smell of decaying leaves was strong. I walked for hours, following the river and exploring small clearings. I saw signs of wildlife, deer tracks, broken branches from bears, and even distant birds I couldn't identify. The solitude was intense. There was no human sound, no cars, no voices, nothing. Just the forest, the wind, and the occasional splash from the river. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, exhausted but exhilarated. Over the next 2 days, I settled into a routine. I chopped firewood, cleaned the cabin, explored further into the forest, and spent long hours sitting by the river, listening to its slow flow. I felt a strange mixture of freedom and unease. The cabin, beautiful as it was, felt more isolated than I had imagined. I realized how easily someone could come across the cabin and how few people would notice if I didn't return. The thought was slightly disturbing, but I brushed it aside. On the 4th day, as I was preparing breakfast, I heard a loud snap from outside. I froze, listening. Another snap, closer this time. I slowly approached the window, peering into the trees. At first, I saw nothing, just the rustling leaves and the shifting shadows. Then I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure hunched and fast, slipping between the trees. My heart rate spiked. It wasn't an animal. It was upright, moving with purpose. I stepped back from the window, my mind racing. Could it be a hiker? Or worse, someone observing the cabin? I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the rest of the day on edge. Every sound, every movement in the trees made my stomach tighten. The wind through the pines, the creak of the cabin, even the birds' calls felt threatening. By evening, I decided to stay inside, keeping the fire burning and all doors locked. I tried to distract myself with reading, but I kept glancing at the windows. At night, the sense of being watched intensified. The forest seemed alive, alert, and aware of my presence. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, and the occasional low grunt that made me freeze in place. Sleep came fitfully, broken by every creak of the cabin. The next morning, I discovered something alarming. On the porch, muddy footprints led from the edge of the treeline directly to the cabin door. They were fresh, large, and clearly human. My stomach dropped. Someone had been here while I slept. My first instinct was fear, pure and sharp. I felt trapped. I spent the morning examining the footprints, trying to determine their size and direction. They led to the porch and stopped abruptly at the door. There were no other tracks leading away, no signs of anyone hiding nearby. It was as if someone had just appeared and vanished. I debated leaving immediately, but the nearest road was still a long walk, and I had no cell signal to call for help. Panic was starting to take hold, but I forced myself to think clearly. I barricaded the door with a heavy chair, checked all windows, and prepared for the day as best I could. I stayed inside, avoiding unnecessary trips outside, and kept the stove fire going. Every shadow, every sound outside made me flinch. I could see the forest edge from the windows, the twisted shapes of the trees shifting in the wind, and I knew someone or something had been there recently. As the day wore on, I decided I had to do something. I packed my essentials in a backpack, planning to hike back to the road in daylight. I stayed alert, listening for any sounds as I left the cabin. The forest was dense, and I had to navigate carefully to avoid making noise. My eyes scanned constantly for movement, my ears straining for even the slightest sound. The journey was slow, exhausting, and tense. Every step I took seemed to echo, and I imagined hearing someone moving through the trees behind me. But there was no one, just the forest, endless and unyielding. By late afternoon, I reached the dirt road. Relief washed over me, but I remained cautious. I stayed hidden in the trees, observing the road. No cars passed, no people appeared. I had to make it to the nearest town before dark. I moved quickly, sticking to the shadows and keeping low. My legs ached, my body was covered in sweat and dirt, and my heart refused to slow. Hours later, I finally reached a small convenience store at the edge of town. I went inside, trembling, and immediately called the police to report the footprints and the possible intruder at the cabin. The officer on the line promised to check the area, but I knew they wouldn't arrive until the next day. I stayed in town overnight, sleeping in a cheap motel. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread, imagining someone following me through the forest or waiting near the cabin. Sleep came in short bursts, interrupted by dreams of shadowy figures moving through trees. The next morning, I returned to the cabin with a local officer. The dirt road was quiet, the forest seemingly untouched. The officer inspected the cabin, the surrounding area, and the footprints I had marked. He confirmed that the tracks were definitely human, large, and recent, but there was no sign of anyone hiding nearby. He suggested it might have been a hiker or a hunter who had wandered too close. They had probably left when they realized someone was inside. Returning to the cabin, I felt a mix of relief and lingering unease. Everything was as I had left it, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the rest of the day carefully clearing the area around the cabin, checking all windows and doors, and making small traps with sticks to detect any new intrusions. By evening, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I had faced the isolation, the fear, and the unknown, and I had survived. I had prepared myself to leave at the first sign of real danger, but nothing else had happened. Over the next few days, I gradually felt more secure. I continued my hikes, but always stayed alert, keeping an eye on the forest and listening intently. I built small improvements to the cabin, reinforcing the doors, creating a makeshift alarm system with cans and string, and organizing my supplies in case I needed to leave quickly. The forest remained quiet, but I never let my guard down completely. I realized that the isolation that had drawn me here was also what made it dangerous. Being alone meant I had to rely entirely on my wits and preparation. By the time I left the cabin for good, I felt a sense of achievement. I drove for hours along the winding roads that cut through dense forests and rolling hills, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The cabin was supposed to be remote, hidden in the woods, far from anyone else. I had the GPS coordinates, but as I got closer, the map seemed less reliable, showing a road that faded into nothing more than a trail lined with thick pines. I didn't mind. That was why I had come. Loneliness, isolation, a break from the endless noise of work, phones, and city life. I wanted the kind of quiet that presses against your ears and fills every space around you until your own breathing feels loud. The trail narrowed, the asphalt crumbling into gravel and then dirt, littered with rocks and fallen branches. My car bounced over the uneven ground, tires crunching the gravel, and each jolt made me check the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights behind me. There were none. Nothing but trees, endless trunks rising into the darkening sky, shadows lengthening with the sun's slow descent. The smell of pine was thick, and the wind carried a damp, earthy scent that reminded me of wet soil and decaying leaves. Eventually, I saw it. The cabin sat on a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by dense woods. It was old, maybe built 50 years ago, with weathered logs that had darkened over time and a roof sagging slightly in the middle. A stone chimney jutted upward, darkened with soot, suggesting someone had lived here in the past, though I doubted it was recent. There was no driveway, no power lines, nothing but the small clearing and a path that disappeared into the trees behind it. I parked, stepped out, and the silence hit me like a wave. There was no wind now, and even the birds were quiet. It was the kind of silence that makes your ears ache. I unloaded my bag, which contained only essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, a small camping stove, and blankets. The cabin's door was unlocked, but the hinges creaked like the groan of some heavy animal as I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled of old wood, dust, and dampness. The floor was covered in uneven planks, some warped, some with small gaps where you could see the dirt beneath. The walls were bare except for a few old nails that suggested pictures or tools had once hung there. There was a fireplace, the stones blackened with smoke, and a single grimy window that let in the last rays of sunlight. I set my bag down and walked through the cabin slowly, touching the walls, examining the corners, making sure there were no structural weaknesses. Everything seemed intact, though old. I opened the cabinets in the tiny kitchen space, empty but clean enough. The water from the sink ran, though it had a faint metallic taste. I set about unpacking, placing my blankets on the floor near the fireplace, organizing my small stove and food supplies. As I worked, I could feel the air cooling rapidly, the kind of chill that sinks into your bones. I built a small fire in the fireplace, the crackle and warmth offering a sense of safety, but it also seemed to highlight the cabin's isolation. Outside, the shadows were stretching long, the forest darkening, the sky now a deep purple. Night fell quickly. I had no electricity, no sound except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant cry of a coyote. I ate a simple dinner, just canned beans and bread, washing it down with water. I kept the fire going, tending it carefully. As I settled near it, my eyes flicked to the window. The darkness outside wasn't just night. It felt dense, almost alive, pressing in against the cabin. Every branch that scraped against the walls, every gust of wind through the trees, sounded amplified, threatening. I reminded myself repeatedly that it was nothing but wind and trees, that the forest wasn't out to get me. Then I heard it. At first, it was subtle, a sound from outside the cabin, faint enough that I thought maybe it was just the wind or a branch shifting. But it repeated, soft footfalls on the dirt, deliberate and slow, circling the cabin. My stomach tightened. I moved closer to the fire, gripping a thick branch I had collected earlier for kindling. The footsteps stopped, then shifted, as though someone or something was moving around to the other side. I froze, listening, my heart pounding in my chest, each beat loud and heavy. The rational part of me said it had to be an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, But the sound was different. It was heavier, deliberate, and too quiet for anything my mind could easily identify. I crept to the window and peered into the blackness. The moon had risen, casting a dim light over the clearing, but I saw nothing. Nothing moved. The footfalls resumed, circling again, slower now, closer. I tried to calm myself, whispering silent reassurances, telling myself that it had to be an animal, maybe a bear, though even that seemed unlikely. But the problem was, it wasn't rustling leaves or snapping twigs in chaotic patterns. It was precise. Someone was moving around my cabin, just outside, aware of me. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the door, careful to keep my movement quiet. My mind raced through options. Calling for help wasn't possible. There was no signal. I didn't know if the person outside had a weapon. My only real chance was to make it through the night without drawing attention. Hours passed slowly. I kept the fire low but alive, not wanting to go to sleep. Every sound outside made me flinch. I stayed low, crouched near the fireplace, gripping the branch like a lifeline. There were more sounds, branches snapping, leaves shifting, and occasionally, I thought I saw movement through the shadows of the trees, a dark silhouette fleeting in the moonlight. I tried not to breathe audibly, my mind racing through scenarios, imagining the worst, knowing that fear would make me careless. Morning came eventually, the forest slowly lightening with the sun. I went outside carefully, staying in the shadows of the cabin. The clearing was empty. No footprints, no signs that anyone had been there. Just the wind and the disturbed leaves from the previous night. Relief washed over me, but it was uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been close, watching, testing me. I decided I wouldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, checking and double-checking my supplies, making sure nothing was left behind. The drive out was tense, every shadow along the trail making my skin crawl. I kept my eyes on the road, scanning the trees, listening for any sound that might indicate I wasn't alone. The sun climbed higher, warming the forest, but it didn't take away the memory of the night. When I reached the main road, I stopped at a small town nearby, a place with gas stations, shops, and people. I called the local authorities, explaining my experience. They were polite but skeptical, though they did advise me to stay on main roads, to avoid that area after dark. I filed a report, mostly for my own peace of mind, and then left, returning to the city, shaken but relieved. I never went back to that cabin. Even months later, I remembered the way the darkness had pressed in, the deliberate movement outside, the sound of footsteps that made me question every assumption about safety. I told myself it was over, that I had survived, and that it was just one night in a remote place. The memory lingered, though, a reminder that isolation carries risks you can't always prepare for, and that sometimes the scariest experiences are entirely human, or at least entirely real. Eventually, life resumed its normal pace. I returned to work, to friends, to the routines of city life. But every time I drive through a forest, even in daylight, I find myself gripping the steering wheel a little tighter, my eyes scanning the shadows, my mind recalling that one night in the cabin, when the world felt so empty, so quiet, that even the smallest sound became terrifying. And while I never saw anyone outside the cabin, I know I wasn't imagining it. The fear was real, the danger was real, and the memory, though distant now, remains as vivid as the moment I first heard the footsteps circling my cabin in the dark. I had been planning this trip for months, carefully choosing a small, isolated cabin deep in the mountains, far from roads, far from people. The idea of being completely alone in the wilderness, away from cell towers and internet signals, was exactly what I needed after a year of endless work and constant noise. I drove for hours along twisting mountain roads, my car barely clinging to the edge of steep cliffs in places, the air growing thinner and colder the higher I went. By the time I arrived, the sun was low, spilling orange light across the pine trees that surrounded the cabin, their needles brushing together in a cold, whispering wind. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, built from heavy timber logs that smelled faintly of pine and smoke. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out of the car, my boots crunching against the frozen ground. It was simple, just a living area, a small kitchen, and a loft bedroom. A stone fireplace dominated one corner, and the windows, though small, were clear enough to give a good view of the surrounding forest. There was a water pump outside, and a pile of firewood stacked neatly near the door. Everything looked untouched, preserved like it had been waiting for someone to come and use it. I unpacked quickly, bringing my backpack inside, setting up the small stove, and checking the matches I had brought. The first night fell quickly. I built a fire, small but steady, and sat in the quiet, listening to the wind as it moved through the trees. First, it was peaceful, the kind of silence that feels like a weight pressing on your chest, but comforting in its emptiness. As night deepened, the sound of the wind grew sharper, and every small noise seemed amplified. A branch snapping in the distance made me jump, my heart beating faster than I expected. I kept reminding myself it was just the forest, just nature, but sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. There was a narrow dirt path leading into the trees, likely used by hikers or hunters, though I hadn't seen anyone else since I arrived. The forest was thick, the trees tall and straight, with shadows stretching long in the morning light. Birds chirped occasionally, and somewhere in the distance, water gurgled, probably a stream. I filled my water bottles, collected kindling, and returned to the cabin to make breakfast. The first few days were calm but oddly tense. The isolation that I had sought began to feel heavier than expected. Every sound, every movement outside the cabin felt significant. A deer walking through the underbrush, the rustle of leaves, the sudden caw of a crow, everything was magnified. I kept my axe close, just in case, even though I knew the chances of a serious threat were low. I reminded myself constantly, no ghosts, no myths, nothing supernatural. But the body's instincts, honed over millennia, are harder to quiet than the mind. It was on the fourth night that the feeling of unease grew to something sharper. I had gone to bed after a long day of chopping wood and organizing supplies. Outside, the wind was stronger than usual, rattling the shutters against the windows. I was halfway through reading when a sudden sound froze me mid-breath. A scraping noise from outside, coming from the side of the cabin near the stacked firewood. I put the book down and listened. The noise stopped almost immediately, leaving the night silence heavier than before. My heartbeat was loud in my ears. I reminded myself that it could easily be an animal, a deer perhaps, or a raccoon, but still, a cold knot of fear settled in my stomach. I lay awake for hours listening. Every sound made me tense. Once, I thought I heard the crunch of footsteps on snow, distinct and deliberate. My mind raced. Could someone have been following me, watching the cabin? I had told no one exactly where I was going, so it seemed unlikely, but not impossible. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how vulnerable I truly was. I had no phone signal, no immediate way to call for help, and the nearest road was miles away. By morning, the tension had not eased. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, circling the cabin to look for signs. The snow was light, barely covering the ground, but I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints. Human footprints. They led from the edge of the forest to the firewood stack, and then disappeared. They were fresh, recent, and unmistakably human. Panic surged. I tried to reason it out. Maybe someone else had rented the cabin nearby, though I knew of none. Maybe a hiker had wandered close, but the prints were too large, too deliberate. Whoever had made them had been right there, by the cabin, in the dead of night. I spent the day preparing. I moved the axe closer to the door, reinforced the windows as best I could with spare planks, and kept my fire burning constantly. I didn't leave the cabin again that day. I rationed food, collected water, and tried to keep myself busy, but every shadow felt like it could hide someone watching me. That night, the wind rose to a howl, carrying the sound of cracking branches and snapping twigs that seemed too purposeful to be natural. I lay in bed with the axe beside me, staring at the door, waiting. The night passed slowly. I heard footsteps repeatedly outside, circling, sometimes scraping against the walls. My adrenaline kept me awake. At some point, I realized that the person or people outside were not approaching randomly. They were testing me, seeing what I would do, gauging my reactions. It was calculated. Morning brought clarity and a plan. I couldn't stay. I couldn't risk waiting for them to break in or get bolder. I packed what I could carry, leaving heavier items behind, and prepared to leave the cabin on foot. I knew the road was several miles away, through the forest, but it was my only option. Before stepping outside, I waited for the wind to die slightly and then moved quietly, keeping low and checking constantly for movement. The forest was dense, each tree casting long shadows that seemed to close in on me. I followed a stream I had noticed earlier, reasoning that it would eventually lead me to a larger path or road. Every step was careful. I stopped at any unusual sound, waiting to make sure no one followed. Hours passed. My legs ached. My hands were scraped from branches, and hunger and cold gnawed at me, but I kept going. By late afternoon, I finally emerged onto a wider dirt road, the first I had seen since the cabin. Relief washed over me, but I stayed cautious, moving along the edge of the road, staying in the shadows as best I could. Eventually, I came across a small ranger station. The ranger there looked surprised but concerned when I explained where I had come from. They radioed for backup, gave me food and water, and eventually drove me down to the main road where I could finally get a cell signal and call for help. Later, law enforcement scoured the area around the cabin. They found evidence that someone had indeed been living in a hidden area near the cabin for weeks, possibly months. Makeshift shelters, supplies, and even surveillance devices pointed to careful planning. Whoever it was, they had been watching the cabin and me. It was terrifying to realize how close I had been to a potentially dangerous encounter. I never returned to that cabin. The experience left a lasting impression, a reminder of how isolating the wilderness can be and how careful one must be when seeking solitude. Even in the vast emptiness of nature, people can lurk, and the forest can hide threats far more dangerous than any imagined ghost or spirit. I learned to respect both the isolation I craved and the very real risks it carried. The forest, beautiful and silent, had almost become a trap, but careful observation, patience, and action had allowed me to escape. I never thought a simple weekend getaway could become one of the most terrifying experiences of my life, but the memory of that cabin still lingers in my mind, as vivid and unsettling as if it had happened yesterday. It all started in early autumn, when the air had begun to shift from the warm breath of summer to the crisp, biting cold that autumn brings. I had been working almost non-stop for months, a relentless cycle of office lights, deadlines, and traffic jams, and I needed a break. The idea of renting a cabin in the mountains came to me after seeing a small, secluded property listed online. The pictures were simple: a wooden structure surrounded by thick pine forest, a small lake visible through the trees, and the faint trail of a dirt road leading into the woods. It looked peaceful, almost serene. That image, more than any of the descriptions, convinced me to book it. The drive to the cabin was longer than I expected. I left the city early in the morning, hoping to reach the property before nightfall. The first few hours were uneventful, the highway quiet, and the trees gradually thicker as I drove further from the urban sprawl. After the pavement gave way to rougher dirt roads, I realized that the GPS signal was unreliable, occasionally flickering off completely. I had printed the directions in advance, but there were stretches where I could not even see the road clearly, only the narrow track winding through the dense forest. It was beautiful in a lonely way, but it also had an eerie quality, the kind that grows slowly without sudden shocks. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was dipping low behind the mountains, casting long, orange shadows over the forest floor. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected. It was a single story, made of old logs that had weathered to a deep gray-brown color. The windows were dusty, and the porch creaked under my weight as I stepped out of the car. Everything smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. At first, I felt the satisfaction of arriving at a place far removed from everything. No cell signal, no internet, just the quiet hum of the forest. I unpacked my car, setting my bags inside the cabin and arranging firewood neatly near the hearth. The interior was rustic but serviceable. There was a small kitchen area, a tiny bathroom with a shower that I hoped would work, and one main room with a bed and a wooden table. The walls were bare except for some peeling wallpaper, and the floorboards were uneven, groaning underfoot. I turned on the lights, flicking the switch repeatedly, but the bulbs were dim and flickered occasionally. Still, the cabin had a strange comfort to it, the kind that only solitude can offer. I spent the first day exploring the surrounding area. A narrow path led down to a small lake, which shimmered under the afternoon sun. I walked along the shore, collecting small stones, watching birds flit among the branches. The quiet was profound, almost unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath. By the time I returned, dusk had fallen, and the shadows around the cabin had deepened. I started a small fire in the hearth and settled down to eat the food I had brought. The first night was calm, but there was a tension I could not shake, the feeling that the forest was observing, waiting. The real terror began the next day, in ways I could never have anticipated. I woke early, the chill in the cabin sharper than I had expected. The fire had gone out overnight, and the air smelled faintly of damp wood. I decided to explore a trail that led further into the woods. It was overgrown and narrow, almost invisible in some places, but I pressed on. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The usual forest sounds, birds, rustling leaves, distant insects, seemed to fade away. It was as if the world beyond the trail had vanished. After walking for over an hour, I realized I had lost the sense of direction. The path looped and twisted, and every tree looked the same. My heart rate increased as I tried to recall landmarks, but everything seemed to blur together. The forest was dense, with underbrush that caught at my clothes, and the occasional snapping of a twig underfoot made me flinch. I tried calling out, hoping to hear my own voice echo and give me a sense of orientation, but the sound vanished almost immediately. There was no echo, no reply, nothing but the oppressive silence that pressed against me. Panic started to creep in as I realized I could be lost. I had brought water, but my food supply was limited, and the thought of spending the night alone in the forest, without any clear idea of how to return, made my stomach tighten. I retraced my steps as best I could, marking trees with small scratches to track my progress, but the forest seemed to mock me. Each attempt to recognize a landmark ended in failure. The same clusters of pines and the same tangled undergrowth appeared over and over. Hours passed, and the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in deep oranges and reds that barely penetrated the canopy. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop. I found a small clearing with a fallen log and decided to rest. The air was cold, and the shadows stretched across the ground, moving with the slight breeze. My mind kept spinning scenarios, all increasingly worse. I imagined storms, injuries, wild animals, falling and being unable to move. The forest was no longer just quiet. It felt hostile, every rustle in the distance a potential threat. I tried to force myself to calm down, focusing on slow breathing and logical thinking, reminding myself that panic would only make things worse. Night fell completely, and the temperature dropped sharply. I huddled against the log, wrapping myself in my jacket, listening to the distant sounds of animals moving in the darkness. I heard something, maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon, crack a branch, and my heart leaped. The dark seemed endless, oppressive. I realized that the more I stayed in one place, the more I felt the isolation pressing in. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and continue moving, using the faint moonlight filtering through the trees to guide me. Every step was careful, deliberate, my eyes scanning the forest floor for roots and rocks that could trip me. By the time I saw the faint glimmer of the cabin lights in the distance, relief washed over me in waves. I sprinted the last few hundred meters, adrenaline surging through my veins. The cabin was exactly as I had left it, the fire pit still cold, the wooden walls casting long shadows in the moonlight. I stumbled inside, locked the door behind me, and collapsed on the floor, too tired to even start the fire. My mind was a jumble of fear, relief, and lingering adrenaline. The following morning, I decided that the trail I had taken was too dangerous and that I would stay closer to the cabin. I spent hours reinforcing the cabin's small wooden locks, examining windows and doors, and organizing supplies. Every small sound, the snap of a branch, a rustle in the bushes, made me jump. I realized that fear had taken hold, not because there was an actual threat, but because of the isolation, the darkness, and my own vulnerability. I rationed my food and water carefully, keeping everything within easy reach, and I decided I would not leave the cabin again until morning. Days passed slowly. I explored only small areas near the cabin, never venturing down the dangerous trail again. Each night, I built a fire and checked every lock and window, scanning the forest from inside with a kind of nervous vigilance. Even the smallest disturbance, a sudden gust of wind, a loose branch scraping against the cabin wall, felt magnified, a reminder of just how alone I was. Sleep was uneasy, broken by dreams of being lost, of wandering endlessly through the dark forest. On the fourth night, I heard it, a low, continuous scraping against the cabin door. My stomach dropped. I froze, straining to listen. It was slow, deliberate, like something was testing the door, pressing against it with persistent force. The fear I had felt earlier returned tenfold. I grabbed a heavy log from inside, holding it against the door. The scratching continued, and I realized it could be a wild animal, possibly a bear or a large deer. I stayed absolutely still, trying to make no noise. Eventually, the sound stopped, and I waited for what felt like hours before daring to move. In the morning, I investigated the outside. The ground around the door had faint claw marks and deep impressions that suggested a large animal had been there. I felt a mix of fear and relief. I was lucky it had not broken through. That night, I decided to build a more substantial barrier across the door using spare wood and logs, making sure it would hold even if a large animal tried again. I reinforced windows and cleared the surrounding area of brush to reduce hiding spots near the cabin. By the fifth day, I had settled into a routine. I stayed vigilant, but I began to feel a cautious confidence. I had learned the patterns of the forest, noticed which sounds were harmless and which could indicate actual danger, and established a safer perimeter around the cabin. I rationed food, maintained the fire, and stayed inside after dusk. When I finally left, I did so carefully, moving during daylight and sticking to clear. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea of escaping the city, the constant noise and stress, and spending a few days in a cabin deep in the forest felt like the only way I could breathe. I had found the cabin listed on a small rental website, tucked away in a remote part of the mountains, far from any major roads or towns. It wasn't fancy, just a simple wooden structure with a small porch and a stone chimney, but that was exactly what I wanted. Peace, quiet, and solitude. I arrived in the late afternoon, driving along a narrow dirt road that twisted through dense pine forests. The air was already starting to feel cooler, the kind of sharp, crisp cold that makes you pull your jacket tighter around your body even if the sun is still out. I remember thinking that it was beautiful, how the sunlight filtered through the trees, turning the forest floor into a patchwork of light and shadow. There was something peaceful about the isolation, the way the road was empty and silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. The cabin appeared suddenly, almost like it had been waiting for me at the end of the road. It looked even smaller up close than it had in the photos, but the charm of it was undeniable. I parked my car in the small clearing beside it and stepped out, taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air. The forest was quiet, almost unnervingly quiet. There were no other cars, no sounds of civilization, just the wind moving through the trees. I unloaded my bag and carried it into the cabin. The door creaked as I opened it, and I stepped inside, immediately noticing how cold it was. The cabin had been empty for some time. The air smelled faintly of dust and damp wood. The interior was simple: a small living area with a sofa and a few chairs, a tiny kitchen with basic appliances, and a lofted sleeping area with a mattress and some blankets. I set my bag down and walked around, exploring the space. As I unpacked, I realized I had underestimated how remote this place really was. The nearest town was over 30 miles away, and the road I had driven in on was rough and narrow. If anything went wrong, it would take time for help to arrive. I tried to push the thought aside, telling myself I was prepared. I had packed extra food, water, and even a small first aid kit. I had a fully charged phone, though I wasn't sure if there would be any signal out here. Night fell quickly. The sun dipped behind the mountains, leaving the forest in a deep, heavy darkness. I lit the small stove in the cabin and made a simple meal of soup and bread. The sound of the stove and the occasional crackle of the fire in the small fireplace was comforting. But as the minutes passed, I started to notice how quiet it had become outside. There were no sounds of wildlife, no rustling in the underbrush, nothing but the wind occasionally brushing against the cabin walls. The stillness felt unnatural, and I found myself glancing toward the windows more than once, expecting to see movement that wasn't there. I decided to go to the loft and settle in for the night. I had brought a small flashlight, and I set it on the floor beside the bed, along with my phone and some water. I had barely closed my eyes when I heard the first sound, a faint, scraping noise coming from outside. At first, I thought it might have been a branch brushing against the cabin, but the sound repeated, deliberate and slow, like something heavy moving along the edge of the clearing. My heart started racing. I sat up, straining to hear. The noise stopped after a moment, but my unease didn't. I got up and moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. My flashlight illuminated nothing beyond the porch. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but the sound had been too methodical, too controlled to be random wildlife. I sat back down on the bed, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Hours passed, though I didn't sleep. Every small noise, the wind, the groan of the cabin's wooden beams, the occasional snap of a twig, made me tense. At some point, I dozed lightly, only to wake to the sound of footsteps on the porch. They were soft at first, then heavier, as if someone or something was pacing back and forth. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my body rigid with fear. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just listened, hoping that I was imagining it, but deep down I knew I wasn't. I remembered the small knife I had packed in my bag. I grabbed it, holding it tightly, and inched toward the door. My hands were shaking, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my chest. When I looked out the window again, I saw a shadow, fleeting, moving just at the edge of the porch. My mind screamed at me to stay calm, to think rationally. There had to be a reasonable explanation, but nothing I could think of explained the deliberate pacing, the scraping, or the way the shadow had lingered. I spent the rest of the night in the loft, knife in hand, flashlight on, listening to every sound. I didn't sleep. By morning, exhaustion had taken over. I was tense, jittery, and my body ached from lying in one position for hours. I knew I couldn't stay another night without understanding what was happening. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cold and damp, the forest floor wet with morning dew. I walked around the cabin, searching for any sign of what had been outside. That's when I saw it. Large footprints in the dirt, leading from the tree line to the edge of the porch. They weren't animal tracks. They were human. My stomach sank. Whoever had been outside had been walking right up to the cabin in the dark. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to think clearly. I went back inside, packed my things, and grabbed my phone. Miraculously, I had one bar of signal. I dialed the local authorities and explained the situation, giving them my location and describing the footprints. They assured me that someone would come out to check, but that it could take a few hours given the remoteness of the cabin. I didn't want to wait. I couldn't stay there another moment, not knowing if whoever had been outside was still nearby. I started my car and drove slowly down the dirt road, constantly checking the trees around me. Every shadow looked like someone following me, but I kept my eyes on the road and focused on driving. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a paved road and finally felt some relief. I stopped at a gas station in a small town nearby, breathing heavily and trying to calm down. I called the authorities again, and this time they were able to dispatch someone faster. When they checked the cabin later, they found the footprints but no other signs of intrusion. It seemed whoever had been there had left during the night. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The silence, the shadows, the deliberate footsteps. It stayed with me. I realized that the cabin, as peaceful as it looked during the day, had been terrifyingly vulnerable in reality. I understood now why isolation could be dangerous, why even a simple trip to the woods carried risks I hadn't fully considered. I don't go back to that cabin. I don't even want to drive down that road again. But I learned something important from the experience. Preparation isn't just about supplies or equipment. It's about awareness and respect for the unknown dangers of isolation. I made sure to tell friends and family about the importance of staying vigilant, about how easy it is for fear to take hold when you are truly alone. And I realized that safety sometimes means leaving, even when everything else in your mind tells you to stay. That experience changed the way I think about solitude. I still love the outdoors, still seek the quiet of the forest, but now I do so with a constant awareness. I know that even a beautiful cabin, a peaceful setting, and hours of planning can't protect you from the unpredictability of the real world. And that night, alone in the cabin, I learned that lesson in the most direct, terrifying way possible. I had been driving for hours when I finally saw the dirt road winding up into the forest. The GPS had stopped working somewhere an hour ago, which wasn't a surprise. The last few miles of paved road had disappeared into a rough, gravel path that climbed steeply between thick pine trees. I had rented the cabin online, a small place that promised isolation and quiet, but something about arriving here in the late afternoon made my stomach tighten. The trees were tall and close together, casting long shadows even though the sun was still high, and the air smelled damp and earthy, like soil that had been undisturbed for months. My car rattled over the rocks and roots that jutted out from the narrow road, and I kept my speed slow, careful not to damage the tires on the uneven surface. The cabin itself came into view after another half-mile. It was small, made of dark wood that had weathered over the years, with a tin roof that glinted faintly in the late sunlight. There was a narrow wooden porch with 2 chairs, and a thin column of smoke curled from the stone chimney. A hand-painted sign hung crookedly near the door, "Welcome to Pine Ridge." The feeling I had when I first saw it was mixed. It was charming in a rustic way, but it also seemed almost deliberately hidden, tucked away so that no one would stumble upon it by accident. I parked the car near the porch and stepped out, stretching after hours of sitting. The air was cooler than I had expected. The forest pressed in around me, the trees so dense that I couldn't see beyond a few dozen feet in any direction. A few birds called somewhere high above, but otherwise, there was only the quiet sound of the wind in the needles and the faint rustle of leaves. I unlocked the door, which creaked loudly, and stepped inside. The interior was small but functional. There was a living space with a sofa that looked like it had been purchased in the 1970s, a small wooden table, and a kitchenette with basic appliances. A loft above seemed to serve as the sleeping area. The cabin smelled faintly of mildew, mixed with the lingering scent of pine from the outside. I set my backpack down and took a moment to examine the place. There were no signs of recent habitation, except for a stack of firewood neatly piled near the fireplace and a few canned goods in the cupboard. I decided to start a fire. The wood was dry, and the lighter I had brought worked without problem. Soon, flames licked up from the kindling, and the cabin began to feel warmer. I settled into one of the chairs near the fire and looked around, listening to the quiet outside. The isolation was more intense than I had anticipated. Unlike camping, where there are usually other people nearby, here there was nothing for miles. No lights, no movement, no sounds besides the occasional bird or rustling of small animals. My phone had no signal at all. I had planned this trip as a break from work, a way to disconnect and spend a few days alone, writing in peace. But as the sun sank lower behind the trees, the quiet started to feel oppressive. Shadows stretched across the cabin, and the trees outside seemed darker, almost motionless, though I knew they were swaying in the wind. I tried to shake the feeling of unease, telling myself that this was normal, that the isolation was part of the experience I had signed up for. Night came quickly in the forest. The cabin windows framed the dark outside, and with the fire dying down, the interior was dim. I had brought a flashlight and candles, and I lit a few around the cabin to keep some light. Every little noise, the creak of the cabin floor, the groan of the roof under wind, the snapping of branches outside, made me jump. My imagination began to fill the darkness beyond the windows. I kept reminding myself that I was safe, that the forest was full of small animals, maybe a deer or two, perhaps a fox, nothing dangerous. I went to the loft to sleep. The mattress was thin but clean. I had brought my own sleeping bag, which I unrolled and climbed into. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling through the trees and making the cabin shake slightly. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the sound of my own breathing. Around midnight, I woke to a sound that made my heart start racing. It was faint but unmistakable, a crunch of gravel outside. I froze, straining to hear. The sound repeated, slow and deliberate, coming closer to the cabin. My first thought was a hiker or perhaps someone checking the property. But then the sound stopped abruptly, and the silence became heavier. I told myself it was probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. I tried to go back to sleep, but the feeling of being watched kept me awake. By the time dawn arrived, I had only managed a few hours of restless sleep. The light outside didn't make me feel safer. The forest looked different in the morning, denser and more claustrophobic. I tried to occupy myself, chopping some wood and cleaning the cabin a bit, but my mind kept drifting back to the sound from the night before. I couldn't explain why it had unsettled me so much. Later in the morning, I decided to walk a little outside, hoping the physical activity would calm me. I followed a narrow path that led down a slight incline from the cabin. The forest floor was soft with pine needles, and my footsteps were muffled, but I still felt like every small sound was magnified. I noticed broken branches along the path and some flattened grass, signs that something had passed through recently. It didn't look like the tracks of any normal animal. They were too large and too deliberate, almost like someone had been walking slowly and stopping. My stomach sank. I rushed back to the cabin and double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything seemed fine, yet the feeling of being watched persisted. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that the tracks were probably from a deer or elk. Still, the sense of unease didn't leave me. That night, I kept the fire going longer, piling wood into the fireplace to keep the room bright. Around midnight, the crunching sound returned. This time it was accompanied by a low, dragging noise, as if something heavy was being pulled across the gravel. I grabbed the baseball bat I had brought for self-defense, a precaution I had always thought unnecessary until that moment. The sound circled the cabin, stopping and starting unpredictably. I stayed still, listening, holding my breath, heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Hours passed this way. Every time I thought the noise had stopped, it would return from a different direction. I realized I hadn't seen anyone, but the thought of someone hiding in the trees, waiting for me, made me break out in cold sweat. I considered leaving the cabin, running down the road to the nearest house or town, but the isolation of the forest meant that any help was miles away. My car was parked in the open, and I would have to cross the yard under the same trees that seemed to conceal whoever or whatever was out there. By the next morning, exhaustion had made my mind sharp and my body tense. I stayed awake through the night, the fire almost completely burned out, and only slept in short, light bursts, keeping my bat within reach. I noticed marks in the dirt near the porch, footprints large and uneven, but not human in proportion. Something had been close enough to touch the cabin. I spent the day planning. I gathered every tool and object I could use to defend myself. I noticed that the rear of the cabin was closer to a steep slope leading down to a creek. That might be the only chance for escape if something came near. I set small traps with rocks and branches that would make noise if anyone stepped on them. I reinforced the windows as best I could. Night came again, and with it, the noises returned. This time, they were closer, almost at the edge of the porch. I stayed inside, holding my bat, muscles tight, senses straining. Hours passed. I realized something important. The sounds were methodical, deliberate, but not consistent. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't moving randomly. They were observing, waiting. I remembered reading that humans are often more dangerous than animals in such situations. The night wore on, and I stayed calm, focusing only on survival. Around 3 a.m., the noises stopped. The forest became utterly silent, except for the faint wind. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't dare. The first light, I made a decision. I packed essential items, left behind anything unnecessary, and waited until the sun was higher. I had observed the direction of the tracks, and I knew that if I left along the road I had come, I might encounter whoever had been circling the cabin. I decided to climb down the slope toward the creek, hoping to follow the water to a road or settlement. The creek was slippery and narrow, forcing me to move carefully. My heart raced with every snapped branch and splash of water. I kept my bat ready, but the area was open enough that I could see a long distance. I moved slowly, but deliberately, until I saw a dirt road ahead. Relief hit me like a wave. I ran to the road, scanning the tree line constantly. Finally, after what felt like hours, I spotted a car in the distance, parked along the road with a man checking something nearby. I called out, waving frantically, and he noticed me. I explained my situation as best I could, breathless and terrified. He offered me a ride back to the nearest town. I had been planning the trip for months. The idea of getting away from everything, people, city noise, the constant hum of modern life, was intoxicating. I needed a place where I could just exist, where the days and nights had nothing to do with anyone but me. I found a small cabin online, tucked away in a remote forested area far from any town or road that I could find on a map. It was rustic, nothing fancy, no running water, no internet, just a small wood structure with a single room, a loft, and a fireplace. The reviews were minimal, but those few that existed praised its isolation and the beauty of the surrounding forest. I wanted isolation more than comfort, so it seemed perfect. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. The last 20 miles were dirt roads, narrow and overgrown in places, flanked by dense trees. The forest felt alive, almost watching, as I drove deeper. The GPS signal dropped completely, which was expected, but even with the map downloaded, I realized how far from anything I actually was. The sun was setting as I pulled into a small clearing. The cabin appeared just as described. A weathered wooden structure with a simple porch, a stack of firewood, and an old rusted lantern hanging by the door. The forest surrounded it completely. There was no sound of cars, no human voices, just the wind rustling through the trees and distant bird calls. Inside, the cabin smelled of aged wood and a faint mustiness. Dust coated the surfaces, but it didn't feel neglected, just untouched. I set my backpack down and walked around. The main room was small, with a tiny kitchenette, a table, and a wood-burning stove. A ladder led to a loft that contained a single bed with a thick, worn mattress. The windows were small and shuttered from the outside, offering little view, but enough to see the dark silhouettes of the surrounding trees. I unpacked a few things, built a small fire, and sat in the quiet, letting the stillness of the forest sink in. The first night passed uneventfully, though the sounds outside were sharper than I expected. Every snapping twig or distant animal call made me tense. I kept reminding myself it was just the forest, that I was alone by choice, and that no one would be coming out here. I had food, water, and enough supplies to last several days. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, just beyond the trees. I laughed at my own paranoia and fell asleep to the crackle of the fire. Morning brought a sense of calm. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the shutters, creating stripes of light on the wooden floor. I had coffee on the porch, listening to the wind through the pines. Birds flitted between branches, and I could see small animals moving in the underbrush. It was peaceful, almost surreal in its isolation. I decided to explore the surrounding forest. The area was vast, dense, and full of uneven terrain. Fallen logs, hidden streams, and thick underbrush made movement slow. Every step I took seemed to echo, not in sound but in the awareness of being entirely alone. I wandered for hours, marking trees to find my way back, making mental notes of landmarks. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, tired but exhilarated. The isolation felt freeing, but also heavy in a way I hadn't anticipated. Cooking a simple dinner, I realized how thin the barrier between comfort and danger was in such a place. One misstep, one wrong move, and I could easily get lost or injured. The thought lingered in my mind as I ate, but I brushed it aside, attributing it to city life conditioning me to fear everything. The second night, the unease started to creep in. I woke at odd hours to sounds that didn't make sense. A branch scraping against the cabin, a low rustling that seemed too purposeful to be a deer or a raccoon. My first instinct was that it was just the forest settling or an animal looking for food. But the sounds came repeatedly, always in short bursts, sometimes stopping completely as if listening. I stayed awake for long stretches, fire at my back, my eyes fixed on the small window. Every shadow seemed to move differently. Every noise sounded closer than it should. By the third day, I began to notice small, inexplicable things. Footprints in the dirt near the cabin that weren't mine. Not animal tracks, they were too large, too human-like, though the stride was odd, uneven. I double-checked the cabin, locking the door, even though there were no locks, just latches. Nothing was missing. I started keeping a large stick next to the bed and built the fire higher each night. The sounds outside became sharper, more deliberate. Sometimes it would sound like something pacing, other times like quiet scratching near the walls. I tried to rationalize it. Could it be another hiker or someone living in the forest illegally? Could it be an animal with unusually large paws? But nothing fit completely. I stayed inside during the day, only venturing far enough to gather water from a nearby stream, always scanning for signs of life. The forest that had seemed so peaceful in the morning now felt oppressive. Every tree became a possible hiding place, every shadow a potential threat. It was the fourth night that it escalated. Around midnight, I heard the first real sign that I was not alone. A loud, deliberate thump against the cabin wall. Then another. Not a branch, not an animal. Someone or something was testing the structure. My heart raced and I could barely breathe. I grabbed the stick and moved quietly to the window, peeking through the cracks. Nothing. Silence. Then, a whisper of movement, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure retreating into the trees. I froze, mind racing. I knew I couldn't confront it blindly. I could stay inside and hope it went away. But what if it didn't? The next morning, I decided to prepare for the worst. I barricaded the door as best I could with furniture, sharpened a long branch into a spear, and reinforced the windows with planks. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, snacks, a flashlight, and a knife. I didn't want to leave the cabin, but I also knew I needed a plan if someone tried to break in. For the next 2 days, I stayed mostly inside. I only left to fetch water at dawn, when visibility was best, scanning constantly for movement. The noises at night didn't stop, but they became more erratic. Scrapes across the roof, heavy steps circling the cabin. I kept a journal, trying to document what I saw and heard. Patterns started to emerge. Whoever or whatever was out there seemed cautious, almost studying me, never attacking directly, just maintaining presence. By the 6th day, I realized I had to leave. Staying would only escalate the situation. I couldn't call for help. The signal was still non-existent. I could try walking to the main road, but the forest was disorienting, and I had no exact directions. I studied the maps, marked landmarks, and decided to wait until sunrise, hoping early light would guide me more safely. That night was the worst. The noises grew louder, closer, almost surrounding the cabin. Scratches on the door, thumps on the walls, and then a scraping across the roof. I stayed awake the entire night, barely moving, listening as the forest seemed to close in around me. Morning could not come soon enough. When the sun finally rose, I moved quickly but cautiously. I packed what I could carry and left the cabin, following the landmarks I had memorized. Every step was tense, every sound startling. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, and eventually, I saw the faint outline of a dirt road. Relief washed over me. I ran, finally reaching a place where I could see signs of civilization. Power lines, tire tracks, and eventually, a small town. I called the local authorities, who checked the cabin and surrounding forest. They found signs of recent human activity. Footprints, disturbed underbrush, but no one had been caught. They warned me that the area was known for occasional illegal activity and squatting, especially near remote cabins. I gave them my statement and left, never looking back. In the end, I realized that the real danger wasn't supernatural, wasn't the isolation itself. It was the presence of another human, unseen, unpredictable, and patient. The forest was beautiful, but I had learned that beauty and danger often exist side by side. I never returned to that cabin, and I learned to respect the boundaries of isolation and human unpredictability more than ever. I still think about it sometimes, the sounds at night, the shadow of movement just beyond sight, but I also carry a sense of clarity. In the wilderness, it isn't the quiet moments you remember, it's the ones that make you realize just how vulnerable you are. I had been planning this solo cabin trip for months. I had never gone alone into the wilderness, not in a place as remote as this, but the idea of leaving the world behind for a few days, of being completely isolated, appealed to me more than I could explain. The cabin itself was old, built sometime in the 1970s, but solid. It was tucked away in a dense part of the forest, a place that only those willing to hike through rough trails ever reached. There was no cell signal, no running water, and electricity was limited to a small generator I had brought, but I wanted it that way. I wanted raw quiet, the kind that pressed against your ears and made you hyper-aware of every sound. The hike in had been tougher than I expected. I had a heavy pack, full of supplies for a week. Dry food, water, a first aid kit, spare clothes, and a flashlight with extra batteries. The trail was narrow and winding, and the forest was thick with pine and birch. By the time I reached the cabin, my arms and legs ached, and my hands were scraped from gripping branches and rocks. But there it was, standing alone in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by trees so dense that sunlight barely reached the ground. Its wooden walls were weathered and darkened with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle, but it felt solid. The first thing I did was explore the cabin thoroughly. Inside, the air smelled musty, a mixture of old wood and dampness from the surrounding forest. The floors creaked under my weight, but nothing seemed unsafe. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a metal sink without running water, and a few shelves filled with dusty supplies left by the previous visitors. I checked the windows and doors, making sure each latch was intact. Everything seemed in order. I unpacked my bag, spread out my things, and set up a small bed near the stove. The thought of being alone, with only the forest around me, was thrilling and terrifying at the same time. The first night was the hardest. The silence outside was absolute, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant snap of a branch. I had never realized how loud the forest could feel when there was no one else around. Every sound made me jump. I stayed awake longer than I wanted, lying on the thin mattress, listening to the wind and imagining things that weren't there. But eventually, exhaustion won. I fell into a restless sleep, waking occasionally to the sound of animals moving nearby. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I followed a narrow trail that led to a small creek, the water running clear and cold over smooth rocks. I knelt down to drink some and wash my face, feeling the chill of the water seep through my clothes. As I walked along the trail, I noticed signs of wildlife. Paw prints in the mud, tufts of fur caught in tree branches, and the occasional scat. The forest felt alive in a way that was both beautiful and intimidating. I reminded myself to stay alert, knowing that being alone in such a place carried real risks. Back at the cabin, I spent the afternoon collecting firewood. The forest floor was littered with dead branches, perfect for starting a fire. I stacked the wood neatly near the stove, careful to keep it dry. As the day progressed, clouds began to gather, and the air grew heavy with the smell of rain. I felt a small twinge of unease, realizing that a storm in such isolation could be dangerous. I double-checked the cabin, making sure the roof had no leaks and the windows were secure. The feeling passed, replaced by a quiet satisfaction at having prepared myself. The second night was different. The storm arrived just after sunset, with heavy rain pounding against the roof and wind rattling the walls. I sat near the stove, watching the fire flicker and listening to the storm outside. At first, it was mesmerizing. The way the rain sounded like a drumbeat, steady and relentless. But as the hours passed, I became aware of other sounds that didn't fit. There were thumps and scratches against the outside walls, subtle at first, then more pronounced. My heart raced as I realized the storm could be hiding animals, possibly even a bear or a pack of wolves, moving near the cabin. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that the cabin was solid and the windows were closed. Still, every shadow, every sudden noise made me tense. I spent the night in a semi-alert state, listening for anything unusual. I barely slept, dozing in short bursts, my mind constantly running scenarios of what could happen if the cabin was breached. When morning came, I was exhausted but relieved. The storm had passed, leaving the forest wet and glistening. Branches were down on the trail, and puddles had formed around the clearing, but the cabin was intact. Over the next few days, I settled into a routine. I explored further along the trails, noting landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. I foraged for edible plants carefully, relying on a small guidebook I had brought, and caught rainwater to supplement my supply. The isolation became both peaceful and unnerving. I became hyper-aware of everything. The sound of wind through the trees, the distant call of a bird, the way shadows shifted as the sun moved. Each day, I would hear noises that made my heart jump. A branch snapping, a rustle in the bushes, but I reminded myself that most were likely deer or small animals. Still, the thought of larger predators never left my mind. One evening, while walking a trail I hadn't explored before, I stumbled across something unexpected. An old hunting stand, rusted and leaning at a dangerous angle. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but nearby, I saw fresh footprints leading away from it. My stomach tightened. Someone else had been here recently. The thought was both exciting and terrifying. I retraced my steps quickly and returned to the cabin, my mind racing. The possibility of encountering another human so deep in the forest was frightening. It wasn't like in movies where someone comes to your cabin for fun. This was the real world, where people could be dangerous. From that day on, I was even more cautious. I secured the cabin doors and windows, kept a knife and flashlight near my bed, and made sure the fire was always ready. I noticed the small details more than ever. Footprints in the mud, marks on trees, and the way animals reacted to my presence. I realized that in this isolation, survival depended not just on skill but on vigilance. The turning point came on the fourth night. I had gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day of hiking and collecting firewood. Around midnight, I woke to a noise at the window, a faint tapping, like a branch brushing against the glass. I froze, my pulse quickening. The wind had died down, and the air outside was still, but the tapping continued, slow and deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and peered outside, shining it around the clearing. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the forest floor and the cabin's perimeter. Nothing moved at first. Then I saw it. A shadow, crouched near the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tree line. My mind raced. It was human-shaped, too large to be an animal. I backed away slowly, my hands trembling. For hours, I stayed awake, listening and watching. The shadow never moved closer, but it didn't leave either. I realized I couldn't stay in the cabin with this unknown person lurking outside. In the morning, I would have to hike out, no matter the exhaustion. The thought of leaving everything behind was difficult, but my safety came first. When dawn broke, I packed quickly, double-checking that I had all supplies. The shadow had disappeared by then, but I didn't wait to investigate. I followed the trail I had used to come in, moving as fast as I could while still being careful on the rocky terrain. Every sound made me flinch. The snap of a twig, a bird taking flight, even my own breathing. I kept looking over my shoulder, but the shadow never returned. After several hours of tense hiking, I finally reached the main forest road. From there, I walked until I reached a ranger station. The rangers listened carefully as I explained what had happened. They took notes and sent a team back to check the cabin. I later learned that they found evidence of someone using the cabin after me. Footprints, scraps of food, and a fire that had been started, but no one was there when they arrived. The ranger warned me never to go alone to that area again, especially for long periods. Looking back, I realize now that what made the experience truly terrifying wasn't the isolation or the storm. It was the presence of another human in the wilderness, someone unknown and unpredictable. The forest itself had been dangerous in a physical sense, but the uncertainty of another person's intentions was what kept me on edge. The sense of relief when I finally left, when I stepped onto the main road and saw other people again, was overwhelming. I felt alive in a way I hadn't before, but also acutely aware of my own vulnerability. I never returned to that cabin. The experience taught me the importance of preparation, vigilance, and respect for the wilderness, but also the unpredictability of humans. The forest is quiet, beautiful, and seemingly safe, but there are risks that even skill and caution can't always eliminate. And sometimes I had been planning the trip for months, carefully picking out the cabin, the supplies, and the route. I wanted isolation, somewhere I could be completely alone with nothing but the woods around me. I had found a small cabin in a remote part of the northern woods, the kind of place you could drive to only if you knew the back roads, the kind that wasn't on any map for tourists. The owners assured me it was safe, that no one had lived there permanently for years, and that the nearest neighbor was miles away. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive-in was longer than I expected. The paved road ended miles before the cabin, turning into a gravel path that became narrower and more uneven as I went on. The trees on both sides pressed close to the road, and the shadows they made seemed to shift even with the sunlight. I kept glancing at the clock on my dashboard, but it was almost useless. Sometimes it jumped forward or back as the phone signal cut in and out. By the time I reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was low, painting the trees orange and gold. I parked the car and stepped out. The air was crisp, cold even, carrying the smell of damp earth and pine. The cabin itself was small but solid, made of old wood that had weathered many winters. It looked abandoned at first glance, but not in a decayed way. It was maintained just enough to stay standing. The porch creaked under my weight, and the front door opened easily. Inside, the place smelled faintly of wood polish and old smoke. There was a fireplace, a small kitchen area, and 2 rooms, one a bedroom, the other a small study with a desk and bookshelves. I set my backpack down and immediately started unpacking. I had brought enough food for a week, a first aid kit, lanterns, batteries, water, and all the supplies I thought I might need if something went wrong. I spent the first few hours exploring the surrounding area. There was a small creek not far from the cabin, winding through the trees, and a few clearings where the sunlight touched the forest floor in patches. The air was quiet except for the occasional bird and the rustle of leaves. By the time the sky had darkened, I had returned to the cabin to light a fire. The fireplace was dusty, but there was dry wood stacked neatly in a corner. I struck a match and slowly coaxed the flames to life. The warmth spread quickly, pushing away the cold that had seeped into my fingers and toes during the day. Night settled in fully. The forest outside the cabin seemed different now, deeper and darker. The shadows were long and irregular, twisting as the firelight flickered. I kept hearing small noises, branches snapping, leaves rustling. But I told myself it was just the forest moving, animals going about their business. I didn't hear anything unusual, nothing that felt threatening. Still, I felt a strange tension in my chest, a tightness that made me want to keep the fire burning, keep a light on, keep moving. I tried to read a book, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept wandering back to the sounds outside. Around midnight, I decided to check the perimeter. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside. The night was cold, and the wind whispered through the trees. I walked slowly around the cabin, shining the light into the shadows. Everything seemed normal. No footprints, no signs of human presence. Nothing. I even checked the creek, the edge of the clearing, the small trail that led into the deeper woods. Still nothing. I told myself I was just being anxious. The next morning, I woke early to a heavy mist covering the clearing. The air was damp and smelled strongly of wet pine and earth. I made breakfast, coffee, and oatmeal, and sat at the small wooden table, listening to the quiet. It was so peaceful in a way that felt unreal, almost too perfect. I spent the day walking through the woods, mapping the area in my head, noting landmarks like large rocks, fallen trees, and clusters of wildflowers. I didn't see any animals except a few squirrels and birds, nothing that made me feel watched or unsafe. It was on the second night that things started to change. I had gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day of hiking and exploring. The fire had burned low, leaving only embers. I was just drifting off when I heard it. A very faint sound, almost imperceptible, like someone stepping on dry leaves far away. I froze. My mind immediately raced through possibilities. Could it be an animal? A deer or a fox? But the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. I lay still, listening. There it was again, a faint snap of a branch, then another, closer this time. I got up quietly, trying not to make noise. I grabbed the flashlight and moved to the window, shining it toward the dark forest. Nothing. The light barely penetrated the shadows beyond the clearing. I strained my ears, and there it was again, a rustling, a movement. My heart started racing. I could feel the blood pounding in my head. I thought about the emergency supplies, my phone, the car, but the nearest road was miles away. If someone were out there, I was completely alone. I decided to stay inside. I kept the flashlight in one hand and a heavy cast iron pan in the other, moving cautiously from room to room. I checked the doors. They were locked, but the locks were old, not very secure. I considered barricading them with furniture, but the cabin was small and there was nothing heavy enough to make a real difference. I sat near the fireplace, the pan in my lap, listening. The noise outside stopped eventually, leaving only the sound of the wind and the faint creak of the trees. I didn't sleep much. Every time I dozed off, I was jolted awake by a creak, a snap, a whisper of movement. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the surroundings. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Not deer or raccoon tracks, but human. They were muddy, fresh, leading from the edge of the woods toward the cabin. My stomach sank. I examined the prints carefully. They were large, with a heavy step, and there were only a few of them. They seemed to stop abruptly near the edge of the clearing, as if whoever had made them had paused, watched, or turned back. My mind went into overdrive. Who could be out here? How did they know I was coming? I considered leaving immediately, but the car was still parked near the cabin, and I didn't want to walk back through the woods unprepared. I spent the day preparing. I cleaned the windows so I could see clearly outside, moved heavy furniture near the doors, and made sure I had water and food within reach. I checked my phone constantly, but signal was almost non-existent. I also made a mental plan. If someone entered the cabin, I would hide in the bedroom, block the door, and wait until daylight. I didn't tell anyone where I was going or when I expected to return. That night, I stayed up until the fire burned low again, then pulled the curtains tight. I could hear the forest more clearly now, the wind, the occasional animal, and something else. Footsteps again. They were slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I shone the flashlight outside in all directions but saw nothing. I could feel my hands shaking. Every sound made me flinch. I checked the locks again, and then I noticed something else. Marks on the cabin walls, scratches, very shallow but deliberate, as if someone had been testing the doors and windows. My heart sank. Whoever had been out there had been closer than I thought. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. I stayed in the corner of the bedroom, keeping the pan in my hands, listening. The footsteps eventually stopped, leaving only the forest and the wind. I stayed like that until the first light of dawn. When I finally left the bedroom, I inspected the cabin thoroughly. Nothing was missing, Nothing broken except for the scratches. I went outside to check the perimeter, and there it was again. More footprints, leading away into the woods. I followed them cautiously, keeping the cabin in sight. The tracks went a short distance and then vanished into the underbrush. Whoever it was had been watching me, but they hadn't approached directly. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, making sure to leave nothing behind, and drove away, the gravel road bouncing under the tires. I didn't stop until I reached a small town miles away, where I could finally get a phone signal and call someone. I reported what had happened, though I wasn't sure if anyone would take it seriously. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about the cabin. I realized that what had made the experience so terrifying wasn't just the isolation or the night sounds. It was the presence of another person, someone patient and deliberate, who had been nearby without ever showing themselves. They could have been anywhere, and that thought was worse than any ghost or legend. Eventually, I returned home, determined never to go back. I kept the supplies I had brought, but I never used the cabin again. I avoided remote cabins for a long time, sticking to places where I knew I could see other people, other cars, other signs of civilization. The experience left a permanent mark on me, a deep understanding of how alone you truly are in the woods, how exposed you can be, and how terrifying it can be to know someone else is nearby while you are completely vulnerable. Even now, years later, I sometimes think about that cabin, about the footprints, the scratches, the feeling of being watched. I remember the morning I decided to drive into the mountains, away from the busy roads and the endless hum of the city. The plan had been simple: rent a small cabin for a weekend, disconnect from everything, and spend my time alone, hiking and reading. I had driven many times to forested areas, but this particular cabin was in a remote section I had never visited. The directions I had received were straightforward, but as I drove deeper into the mountains, the roads narrowed and became rougher. Dirt and gravel crunched under the tires, and my car's suspension groaned with every bump. The trees on either side grew taller and closer, their dense branches forming a shadow over the road, even though the morning sun was high. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin was supposed to be, I realized how isolated this place truly was. There were no other vehicles, no other buildings, and even the usual sounds of birds were muted, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The cabin was small, wooden, and weathered. It had a single story, a small porch with 2 chairs, and a woodpile neatly stacked beside it. The windows were dusty, and the smell of old pine and damp wood hung in the air. I parked the car and stepped out, stretching my legs, the crunch of gravel under my shoes echoing unnaturally in the stillness. I spent the first hour exploring the cabin. Inside, it was simple but functional. There was a small kitchen with a propane stove, a fridge that hummed quietly, and basic cooking utensils. A wooden table sat in the middle of the room, and a few chairs were tucked under it. The living area had a worn couch, a small coffee table, and a wood-burning stove. The bedroom was small, just a bed, a nightstand, and a single lamp. I unpacked a few essentials and then stepped back outside to take in the surroundings. The forest around the cabin was dense and steep in places. The cabin sat on a slight incline, and from the front porch, I could see a narrow trail leading into the trees. I assumed it was a hiking trail, though it was faint and overgrown. I decided to follow it later in the afternoon. The silence in the forest was heavy. Even the wind seemed to move differently here, shifting the leaves with a soft, distant rustle that sounded louder because of the lack of other noise. As the day went on, I settled into a slow rhythm. I unpacked my food, prepared a simple meal, and then decided to explore the trail. The path was uneven, strewn with rocks and fallen branches. It wound around small hills and through clusters of trees. Every now and then, I would hear a distant sound, something falling, a branch snapping under what I assumed was an animal's weight, but nothing ever came into view. I tried to convince myself it was normal wildlife activity, deer or raccoons moving through the forest, but the occasional noises made my skin prickle with unease. Around late afternoon, the weather started to shift. Clouds rolled in, thick and gray, and the sunlight began to fade, filtering through the trees in dim, muted streaks. I decided to return to the cabin before it got too dark. The trail seemed longer on the way back. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the trees, which had seemed peaceful in the morning, now looked twisted and imposing. I kept my pace steady, but I noticed that the sounds of the forest had changed. The earlier rustling was gone, replaced by a constant, almost imperceptible scratching, like nails on wood. I froze several times, scanning the trees, but again, I saw nothing. My heart began to beat faster. When I reached the cabin, the sun had almost fully set, and the sky was a bruised mix of purple and gray. I locked the cabin door behind me and immediately noticed something odd. One of the chairs on the porch had been moved slightly from where I remembered placing it. I shrugged it off, assuming the wind had knocked it, though I didn't hear any gusts. I lit the stove to warm some water and made a simple dinner, trying to shake off the unease. Night fell quickly. The forest outside became a solid black wall. The only sounds were the distant rustle of leaves and an occasional snap of a branch. I tried to read a book to distract myself, but my eyes kept darting to the window. Shadows shifted as the trees swayed, creating shapes that seemed to move closer with every passing minute. Around midnight, I heard it, a low, deliberate scratching sound coming from the back of the cabin. My stomach twisted. It was slow, methodical, not the random noises of wildlife. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside, circling the cabin. The beam cut through the darkness, but I saw nothing. No footprints, no animals, no movement at all. I returned inside, my hands shaking slightly. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just the cabin settling, or a raccoon. I double-checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. I sat in the living area with the flashlight on the table, listening. The scratching had stopped, but there was a new sound, a soft thumping, coming from the roof, rhythmic, deliberate. My mind raced with every possible explanation, each one worse than the last. I sat there, unable to sleep, imagining all sorts of scenarios. By early morning, I had scarcely slept. I decided to leave the cabin as soon as it was light. But when I tried the car, I realized the front tires were flat. A sense of dread washed over me. Someone had come to the cabin during the night. I checked the woodpile and the surroundings. There were footprints in the damp soil, but they were messy and hard to trace, as if someone had been pacing around. My mind raced. I considered calling for help, but the cell signal was non-existent. I had to rely on my own means. I spent the next hour inspecting the area, looking for any sign of who or what had tampered with my car. The footprints led away from the cabin and into the woods, disappearing after a few dozen meters. I realized then that staying inside the cabin wasn't safe. I gathered a few essentials: water, a flashlight, and my backpack, and decided to hike back toward the nearest road I had passed on the way in, hoping someone would be traveling by. The hike was grueling. The terrain was steep, uneven, and my legs burned with exertion. The forest seemed endless. The same trees, the same shadows repeating as if mocking my efforts. Every noise made me jump. The crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant caw of a bird. I had no idea how far I had to go, only that I had to keep moving. Hunger and exhaustion gnawed at me, but the fear of staying in one place kept me going. By late morning, I stumbled onto a wider path, which seemed more like the logging road I had driven in on. Relief surged through me. I followed the road, marking trees to keep track of my path, and eventually, after hours of trudging through the forest, I saw a car approaching. I waved my arms frantically. The vehicle slowed and stopped. The driver, a middle-aged man, looked at me with concern. I explained, in as simple words as I could, that I had been at the cabin and my car was sabotaged. He agreed to drive me to the nearest town, insisting I report the incident to the authorities. In town, I filed a report with the local sheriff's department. They took the details seriously, especially when I explained how remote the cabin was and the unusual state in which I found my car. The officers warned me that there had been reports of people breaking into cabins, sometimes vandalizing property, sometimes targeting travelers. They said the forest was large, isolated, and perfect for those who wanted to avoid detection. They took my information and promised to patrol the area more frequently. I never returned to that cabin. A few weeks later, I heard from a friend who knew the cabin owner that others had reported similar incidents. People had found their vehicles damaged, doors unlocked, or personal belongings moved. The authorities suspected trespassers who used the forest to live undetected, watching cabins and targeting anyone who ventured too deep. The sense of isolation that had initially seemed peaceful was now terrifyingly apparent. In the end, I learned several lessons. I understood the danger of isolation, especially in areas where others could easily intrude without detection. I realized the importance of checking in with authorities or friends when staying in remote locations and ensuring there is always a way to communicate, even when cell service is unreliable. I also learned that fear isn't always about what's imagined. It's about reality, and reality can be far more frightening than anything made up in stories. Even now, months later, I can close my eyes and see that cabin in my mind. The dense trees, the shadows stretching unnaturally, the silence that was not peaceful but oppressive. I remember the scratching, the thumping on the roof, the footprints in the soil. And I remember the relief of finding that road, the sight of a passing car, and the realization that my survival depended entirely on my own quick thinking and the luck of timing. The experience left a lasting mark, a reminder that isolation can be as dangerous as any other threat, and that being prepared is not just smart, it is necessary. I remember the day I decided to go alone to the cabin like it was yesterday, even though it had been years. It started with the idea of wanting to escape the city, the constant noise, the traffic, the endless blur of people moving around like they were on automatic. I had found the cabin listed online by chance, tucked deep in the woods of northern Pennsylvania. The pictures looked quiet and peaceful, a wooden structure with a stone chimney, surrounded by pine and oak trees, the sort of place that made you feel like the world outside didn't exist. I was exhausted from work, from life, from everyone else, and I wanted nothing but silence. I had convinced myself I needed to be alone, that a few days by myself would be like hitting a reset button. The drive there was long, almost 6 hours from my apartment, but it didn't feel that way. I left in the morning, my car packed with food, bottled water, firewood, a small first aid kit, and some books I had meant to read for months but never did. The road narrowed as I got deeper into the mountains. The asphalt ended, replaced by gravel and then dirt. Potholes and tree roots made the ride rough, but I didn't mind. I turned off the radio and rolled down the windows. The smell of wet soil and pine needles hit me, and the silence started to creep in, the kind that's thick and almost heavy. It wasn't unpleasant. It was exactly what I had wanted. When I finally saw the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the forest. The cabin was smaller than I had imagined but sturdy, with logs darkened by age and weather, and moss growing in the cracks. A small porch ran along the front, and the windows were dark and reflective, like eyes staring back at me. I parked the car in the small clearing, grabbed my backpack, and carried the essentials inside. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Wood and dampness, like the cabin had been closed up for months. Dust covered the floorboards and surfaces, and cobwebs clung to the corners. I set my things down, lit a few candles, and started to explore. The cabin had one main room that served as a living and dining space, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom that looked out onto the trees. The furniture was sparse and old. A wooden table with 2 chairs, a sagging couch, a rocking chair, and a bed with a thin mattress. The fireplace dominated one wall. I set to work stacking the wood I had brought next to it. There was a sense of calm in the space, but it wasn't long before I noticed the isolation. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, I could hear every creak of the wood as it settled, every small animal moving through the forest outside, every rustle of the wind through the branches. The first night was fine. I cooked a simple dinner, a can of chili heated on the small stove, and watched the fire flicker. The darkness outside the windows was complete. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but the forest. I fell asleep easily, lulled by the quiet and the rhythmic crackle of the fire. It was the second day when things started to feel off. I woke early, as I often do, and went to the porch with a mug of coffee. The mist from the nearby creek hung low in the forest, curling around the trees. I could see tracks in the soft earth nearby. Deer, probably, or maybe raccoons, but some of them didn't look familiar. There were deep marks, like something heavy had been dragged, that led up to the edge of the woods and vanished. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was nothing, maybe a fallen branch that an animal had moved. I spent the day gathering firewood and chopping some more, cleaning the cabin, trying to make it feel more like mine. By evening, I felt tired, but also restless. There was something about the woods that made my skin crawl, a subtle sense that I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, which felt silly, but I couldn't help myself. Then I heard it, the faint sound of movement outside. Footsteps, not the soft padding of an animal, but deliberate, heavy steps. I froze, listening. They came from the edge of the clearing, circling the cabin, slow, patient. I grabbed the small flashlight I kept on the table and shone it through the window, scanning the trees, but I saw nothing. The footsteps stopped. My chest pounded. I told myself it was the wind, a branch hitting the cabin, maybe even my imagination. I tried to settle, but sleep didn't come easy that night. Every sound, the creak of the floor, the drip of condensation from the roof, the rustle of leaves outside, made me tense. By the early morning, I was exhausted, staring at the darkened ceiling, listening to the forest breathe around me. On the third day, the sense of being watched became undeniable. I went to gather more firewood, a few hundred feet from the cabin, and I noticed footprints in the dirt. They were fresh, human. Someone had been there overnight. They were larger than mine, heavy, and they circled the cabin before disappearing into the trees. My stomach turned. I told myself to stay calm, that maybe a local had wandered too close, maybe hikers. But something about the way the prints approached the cabin, then vanished without reason, felt deliberate. I spent that day inside, barricading the windows with the chairs, stacking more firewood against the doors. My phone had no signal. I realized then how utterly isolated I was. No help would come quickly, not even if I managed to leave immediately. I had to be careful. I stayed alert, watching the forest through the small windows. Every sound made me jump. The wind became louder in my ears, snapping branches and rustling leaves, but I couldn't tell if it masked something else. Night fell darker than before. I kept the fire going, but it did little to soothe me. Then I heard it again, footsteps, outside, circling, slower this time, deliberate. I turned off the fire, sitting in near darkness, listening. The sound passed by the windows, around the back of the cabin. I could hear it pause, then continue. My stomach knotted, and I felt the sweat run down my back. I remembered the survival training videos I had watched years ago, how to stay calm, how to assess threats. I told myself to wait, to watch, to gather information. Hours passed. I didn't sleep. The fire dwindled. The footsteps returned several times, each time circling the cabin, sometimes stopping as if testing, waiting. I didn't make a sound, didn't move. My nerves were shredded. By dawn, I felt hollow, drained, every muscle in my body tense from fear. I realized then that I couldn't stay inside forever. I had to make a decision. I spent the morning planning. I gathered what little food I had, packed my backpack with essentials, and prepared to leave. I watched the forest, trying to gauge the movements. The prints were gone, but I knew they could be back. I decided to take the long path down the mountain, the safer trail marked on the map I had brought, rather than the road that led past the clearing where the footprints had been. The hike out was tense. Every snapping branch, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. I kept my head down, moving quickly but carefully. By midday, I had reached the main road, the dirt path turning back into gravel. Relief washed over me, but I didn't stop. I kept walking until I could see my car, parked where I had left it. I inspected it carefully, half expecting someone to be waiting, but it was empty. I jumped in, started the engine, and drove off without looking back. On the drive home, the sun was low in the sky, and I realized I hadn't spoken aloud in hours. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt raw and shaken. The cabin had been quiet, peaceful, but it had also been a trap in its isolation. Alone, it amplified every fear, every doubt, every sense of being watched. I didn't tell anyone where I had gone, and I didn't want to go back. Weeks later, I checked the online listing. The cabin had been rented again, and the photos were the same. I imagined the new renters, unsuspecting, stepping into the quiet, thinking it was safe. I didn't want to think about what could happen if they weren't careful. I learned a lesson about isolation, about being alone in a place where there's no help, no signal, no way out quickly. It had been a horror, not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of the real, raw vulnerability of being utterly alone with potential threats nearby. Threats you can't always see but know are there. The story ended for me with a return to the city, to the noise, to the chaos, to normal life, but it left me with a sharp awareness. I carry it still, every time I step into the forest or an isolated place. The forest itself isn't evil. It's indifferent, but people, or even the possibility of people, can make it a place of fear. And that fear is very real, very human, and impossible to ignore once you've felt it deep in your bones. In the pitch black, with nothing but the sound of footsteps around a cabin that looks safe but isn't. Even now, I can picture the cabin, the darkened windows reflecting the trees, the logs stacked near the fireplace, the long shadows stretching across the floor at sunset. I will never go back, and I never will. And every time I drive past the forest, I had been planning the trip for months. The city had grown too loud, too sharp, too full of faces that didn't belong to anyone, just passing people with fast steps and tired eyes. I needed something different, something quiet and slow. That's why I rented the cabin, a small wooden structure tucked deep in a national forest several hours away from the nearest town. It was advertised online as remote and peaceful, and I wanted exactly that. Silence, the smell of pine, the soft whisper of wind across trees. I didn't expect anything terrifying. I expected solitude, maybe a few quiet days of hiking and reading, but solitude can have a weight, a presence that creeps up in ways you never see coming. The drive was long, but not unpleasant. The road narrowed the farther I went, turning from asphalt to dirt, then to a path barely wide enough for one car. On either side, trees rose tall and dark, their trunks thick with age, their leaves dense enough that sunlight barely touched the ground. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin stood, my phone signal had disappeared completely. There were no other cars, no sounds except the wind in the branches and the distant, faint buzz of insects. The cabin itself was modest. A single story, with a peaked roof, a small porch, and a chimney that I assumed had once been functional. The wood looked old but solid, and the windows were dirty but intact. There was a pile of chopped firewood stacked neatly to one side. I parked and got out, stretching after the long drive. The smell of pine was sharp and clean, a welcome change from the constant exhaust of the city. I went to the cabin door, which was unlocked, part of the key in the box instructions from the rental site, and stepped inside. The interior was simple. There was a small kitchen with an old gas stove, a sink with running water, and cupboards with some basic dishes. A living area had a couch, a small table, and a wood-burning stove. The bedroom was at the back, with a single bed, a dresser, and a window overlooking the trees. Everything was functional, though dusty, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. I unpacked my things slowly, taking in the quiet, feeling the tension of the city begin to lift from my shoulders. I spent the first day exploring the surrounding area. A trail led from the cabin into the forest, winding past a small stream and rising slightly to a ridge that gave a wide view of the valley below. Birds moved through the trees, calling to each other, and squirrels darted along branches. I felt peaceful, almost blissfully detached from the noise of my normal life. That night, I made a fire in the stove, cooked a simple meal, and sat listening to the crackle of the flames. The wind moaned softly outside, and occasionally a branch scraped against the cabin, making the old wood groan. I felt a little thrill, the sense of being far from everything, entirely alone. The second day was similar. I hiked further along the trail, found a small pond where the water was clear and still, and watched the reflection of trees and sky. I noticed tracks around the pond, small, some larger, possibly deer or even a bear. I didn't think too much about it. The forest was alive. That was normal. I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, tired but satisfied. Cooking another small meal, I heard a faint noise outside, something scraping against the cabin, but I shrugged it off, assuming it was a branch moved by the wind. It was the third night when things began to feel off. I had gone to bed early, hoping to wake refreshed for another long hike. The wind was stronger, whistling through the trees and making the roof shudder. Around midnight, I woke to a sudden, sharp noise, the back window rattling violently. My heart jumped. I sat up, listening, straining to hear anything beyond the wind. The window calmed, and I assumed I had imagined the intensity of the noise. But then I heard it again, louder this time. A scraping sound, deliberate, slow, like someone or something dragging something across the outside wall of the cabin. My first thought was that it was an animal. Bears could climb, raccoons could climb, but the sound felt different, slower, heavier, intentional. I stayed in bed, frozen, listening. The noise moved from one side of the cabin to the other, then paused. Then, I heard something that made my stomach twist. A faint, low thump, like a foot hitting the porch. I tried to tell myself it was a branch, a rock falling, but my rational mind could not mask the dread spreading through me. I turned on my flashlight, pointing it at the window. Nothing. Only darkness. Only the trees swaying and the wind moaning. I wanted to sleep but could not. Every creak, every movement outside made my pulse spike. Morning came, but the fear did not lift. I checked around the cabin, looking for signs of intrusion. Nothing seemed disturbed except for one thing. A small pile of dirt near the back window that had not been there before. And then I noticed scratches on the wooden siding, thin, deep, claw-like marks that ran vertically. My mind raced, imagining a bear or some large animal, but the marks were too precise, too controlled. I took photos and tried to convince myself it was nothing, that perhaps a bear had been exploring, but a part of me refused to let the rational explanation settle. The rest of the day I stayed near the cabin, only walking short distances, keeping an eye on the surrounding woods. As night fell, I prepared for another tense evening. This time I did not sleep in the bed. I sat in the living room with the flashlight at hand, a knife I had brought from the kitchen in front of me. I heard the wind, the trees, and then, unmistakably, the sound of steps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, heavy. My heart stopped. I stayed completely still, trying to make myself small, invisible in the darkness. The steps circled the cabin. 1, 2, 3, a pause, then more steps. I could hear the faintest rustle of leaves, a low creak of the wood underfoot. I made a decision I had dreaded. I had to leave, but the only vehicle was my car, and it was parked in the clearing at the front. Moving quietly, I got my keys and slowly opened the cabin door. The night air was cold, sharper than I expected. The steps stopped for a moment, and I froze. Then I ran, not jogging, not carefully, but running, the flashlight bouncing in my hand, trying to reach the car without looking back. Leaves and twigs snapped underfoot. The trees blurred past me. My chest burned, my arms ached. I reached the car, unlocked it, and got in, starting the engine with shaking hands. As I drove down the dirt road, I glanced at the cabin in my rearview mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw movement near the porch. A shadow, a figure crouched low, but when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't slow down. I kept driving until the trees thinned and the sky opened to the main road. I drove through the night, finally stopping at a gas station in the next town to gather my bearings and call someone. Anyone. When I returned later, with police and evidence in hand, they found nothing. No footprints beyond the cabin clearing, no signs of forced entry. The scratches were confirmed to be recent but could not be traced to any known animal. The cabin, it seemed, had been approached by something or someone unknown. I left that rental, never returned, and never stayed in a remote cabin again. I had gone for peace, for quiet, but the experience stayed with me in ways I could not forget. Every time I hear a sudden scrape, a branch breaking near the house, my mind immediately drifts to that forest, that cabin, the sound of deliberate steps around an empty building. It taught me that isolation is not always safe, that nature is unpredictable, and that sometimes the most terrifying presence is the one you cannot see. I eventually moved closer to the city, finding apartments with neighbors nearby, streetlights, the hum of life. I returned to hiking, but only on crowded trails, places where other people were near enough to see, to hear, to help if needed. And though I tried to put the memory behind me, every dark forest, every silent night, carries a weight I cannot shake. I am more cautious now, more aware of the world outside the city. But I also know, deep down, that I survived something that could have ended badly, that I made it through the fear, through the uncertainty, and came back to life. That knowledge is small comfort, but it is enough to keep me moving forward, one step at a time, with my eyes wide open. I had planned the trip for months, convincing myself that a week alone in a remote cabin would be the perfect escape. I wanted silence, solitude, and a break from the constant buzz of city life. The cabin was small, made entirely of rough-hewn logs, tucked into a dense patch of forest a few miles from the nearest road. From the photos online, it looked inviting. A modest porch, a stone fireplace, and a single dirt path leading away into the woods. I packed my things carefully. Food for 7 days, a portable stove, blankets, extra batteries, and a first aid kit. I also carried my rifle, more out of a vague sense of precaution than any realistic expectation that I would need it. I told myself it was just standard safety practice, that the forest could hold dangers like wild animals or the occasional lost hiker. The drive there was longer than I expected. I turned off the main highway onto a series of narrow, winding roads, the asphalt giving way to gravel, the trees closing in so tightly I could barely see the sky. The air grew cooler, damper, and smelled like wet soil and pine. My GPS signal faded until it disappeared entirely, and I relied on the map I had printed out weeks before. Every mile seemed to stretch, each turn bringing me deeper into the wilderness. I noticed how quiet it had become. No cars, no distant voices, no hum of civilization. Only the sound of tires crunching gravel and the occasional caw of a bird echoed through the trees. By late afternoon, I finally reached the cabin. It was even smaller than the photos suggested, sitting on a slight incline with a view of the forested valley below. There was no electricity, no running water, only a small hand pump outside for water and a woodpile stacked neatly by the side. I parked my car on a patch of flattened earth and began unloading my gear. Carrying everything inside, I examined the interior. One main room with a small kitchen area, a table, 2 chairs, a stove, and a loft above with a mattress. The fireplace dominated one wall, with a stack of kindling and old firewood ready to use. Dust coated the surfaces, but it felt clean enough, as though it had been maintained by someone who came only occasionally. After unpacking, I lit a fire in the stove, the warm glow spreading across the room. I made a simple dinner, a can of beans heated over the stove, and ate slowly, enjoying the quiet. Outside, the sky darkened, and the forest around me began to look denser, shadows stretching between the trees. I felt a twinge of unease, but I chalked it up to the unfamiliarity. I cleaned up, washed my single bowl in the basin, and set out my sleeping bag on the loft. The night outside was silent, almost too silent. Occasionally, I heard the distant cry of an animal, maybe a coyote or a fox, and the wind rustling through the leaves. Around midnight, I woke to a noise. At first, I thought it was the wind or the trees shifting, but then I heard it again, a low, deliberate scraping sound against the side of the cabin. My stomach dropped. I stayed still, straining to listen, heart racing. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I reminded myself that animals were the most likely cause. maybe a deer or a bear brushing against the cabin. I reached for the rifle I had leaned against the wall, double-checked the chamber, and sat awake for the next 2 hours, listening for any sign that I wasn't alone. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I woke early, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the logs. I stepped outside, rifle in hand, to survey the area. The forest looked calm, ordinary, but I noticed that something was off. The ground near the cabin had faint footprints. Not mine, not any animal I recognized. They were human-sized, though the boot treads were indistinct. I traced them around the side of the cabin and back toward the woods. My pulse quickened. I had locked the cabin door the night before. I was alone. The thought that someone might have come here during the night made my stomach turn. I tried to reason it away. Maybe I had misread old tracks from hunters or previous visitors. Still, I felt watched. I spent the next few hours keeping busy, collecting firewood, cleaning the cabin, checking the water pump. The footprints were still fresh in my mind. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder as I moved around the property. By late afternoon, I decided to take a walk along the narrow path that led deeper into the forest. I kept my rifle slung across my shoulder, each snap of a twig or rustle of leaves setting my nerves on edge. As I walked, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. I convinced myself to turn back after a mile or so, but on the way back, I saw something that made my stomach sink. Another set of footprints, larger than mine, moving parallel to the path, just a few feet off the trail. They stopped abruptly and then disappeared into the underbrush. Panic set in. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me and double-checking every window. I spent the evening sitting near the fireplace, rifle across my lap, listening. I didn't sleep well. Every small noise made me jump. Around 2 a.m., I heard the scraping again, this time on the back of the cabin, where the woodpile was stacked. My heart raced. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, shining the beam toward the sound. The night was pitch black. Nothing moved, yet I felt it, eyes on me, just beyond the reach of the light. I retreated inside and barricaded the door with a chair. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn. The following days were tense. Every time I went outside, I checked the perimeter, looking for signs of intrusion. The footprints reappeared almost daily, always around the cabin, sometimes closer than the day before. Food left outside or near the cabin's windows would be disturbed, but nothing taken. I never saw anyone, only traces of their presence. I began setting up simple alarms. Tin cans tied to string around the cabin, sticks placed to make noise if stepped on. The first night I did this, I awoke to a loud crash as one of the cans toppled. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, but saw nothing. I started to realize that the intruder was clever. They moved silently, avoided the alarms, and seemed to know my patterns. I never felt safe even inside the cabin. The isolation that had once drawn me now felt like a trap. I rationed my food, keeping some inside and some hidden in the loft. I reinforced the door and covered the windows with thick cloth. At night, I slept fully dressed, rifle at my side, listening for any sign of movement. One evening, around sunset, I saw movement through the trees. A figure crouched low, just at the edge of the clearing. I froze, heart pounding, unsure if I should raise the rifle or stay still. The figure didn't move closer, simply observed, then vanished behind the trees. I realized then that this wasn't random trespassing. Someone had been watching me, learning my habits, testing my reactions. Fear turned into determination. I wouldn't leave without knowing who was out there. I spent the next morning carefully documenting everything: footprints, disturbances, and the direction of the paths. I found several places where the intruder had hidden, clearly observing the cabin. I began leaving subtle traps: food with hidden cameras, notes strategically placed to see if they were moved. Each day, I grew more alert, more careful. By midweek, I had learned their patterns. They only came at night, avoided open areas, and seemed to retreat when confronted with light or sudden noise. I started leaving the rifle near the window, flashlight in hand, waiting for any movement. Finally, on the seventh night, I heard the scraping again, louder than before, closer than ever. I grabbed the rifle and shone the flashlight toward the back. This time I saw him. A man, mid-30s, thin, wearing dark clothing, frozen under the light. His eyes widened in shock, but he didn't flee. I held my aim steadily, breathing slowly, waiting for a sign of aggression. The man finally turned and ran into the trees, leaving behind a small bag. Heart racing, I approached and inspected it. Inside were items taken from the cabin. A few cans of food, some of my clothes, and a notebook. Flipping through the notebook, I saw pages filled with crude sketches of the cabin, notes on my habits, and the word watching written repeatedly. That morning, I packed up quickly, leaving nothing behind. I drove back to the main road, constantly checking the rearview mirror, scanning the woods for any sign of him. When I finally reached a town with cell service, I called the local sheriff and reported everything. They sent deputies to the cabin later to investigate. They told me the man had a history of stalking cabins and isolated campers, but they couldn't say if he was caught. The fear didn't leave me for weeks, but at least I was safe, back among people, lights, and noise. I never returned to that cabin, and I still think about it sometimes. The quiet, the darkness, the feeling of being watched. But I also had planned the trip for months, thinking it would be a simple escape from the city, a chance to breathe in fresh air, walk through quiet forests, and spend a few nights in the old cabin I had rented in the mountains. The drive had been long, stretching over several hours through winding roads and narrow passes where my car seemed to inch along as if the cliffs themselves were pushing back. I arrived just as the sun was dipping low behind the peaks, and the cabin sat at the edge of a small clearing surrounded by dense trees. It was older than I expected from the photos, the wood weathered and dark, some boards slightly warped, the windows a little clouded with age. Yet it had a rugged charm. I parked, unloaded my backpack, and stepped onto the porch, noticing the scent of wet earth and pine. There was a stillness here I hadn't felt in the city, a quiet that felt almost alive. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a rough wooden table, a few chairs, and a fireplace lined with blackened bricks. The main room had a couple of beds and a thick rug that looked like it had seen decades of boots and winter snow. The furniture was sparse, practical, and sturdy. I put my bag down, checked that the doors and windows locked, and went through my mental checklist of supplies. Food, water, flashlight, batteries, first aid kit, firewood. Everything was there. The first night passed quietly. I built a small fire in the fireplace and watched it crackle, feeling the warmth against the chill that had settled into the cabin. Outside, the forest seemed to pulse with life, wind rustling through the trees, the distant call of a bird or perhaps a coyote. Every sound felt amplified because there was no other noise, no hum of cars or city lights to mask it. I went to bed early, tired from the drive, and drifted off. The second day, I decided to explore the area. There was a small path leading from the clearing into the forest, overgrown in places, narrow and uneven. The sun was bright, but as I walked deeper, the canopy thickened, and patches of light played on the forest floor. I noticed how easily I could lose my sense of direction. Every tree looked like the one before, every bend in the trail unfamiliar. The isolation was starting to settle in, but it was also peaceful. I reached a small stream and knelt to drink some water, watching the ripples move over rocks and leaves. On the way back, I thought I saw movement among the trees. Something tall, perhaps another hiker, but when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that the forest could feel alive in ways the city never did. That night, I noticed it first. Small things, sounds that were slightly off. A branch snapping near the cabin, though I was certain I hadn't seen anyone walk by. Footsteps in the dirt outside, not constant, but irregular, soft but deliberate. I checked the windows and doors, each locked tight, nothing disturbed inside. I kept a flashlight on the table next to me and tried to convince myself it was the wind, or an animal, deer or raccoon maybe. Still, I felt a tension growing in my chest, an unease I couldn't quite place. On the third day, I planned to hike further into the forest, to a ridge I had seen on the map. I packed a day bag with water, snacks, a knife, and a small first aid kit. As I moved along the trail, I noticed that the forest seemed to be changing subtly. Some trees scarred, bark stripped, and unusual tracks in the dirt. They didn't look like deer or bear tracks. I paused and examined them. The prints were large, deeper than I expected, human-shaped but not quite human in proportion, elongated perhaps. My heart beat faster, but I told myself it was probably a logging crew or hikers with heavy boots. Still, I felt eyes on me, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck that made me constantly look over my shoulder. The hike to the ridge took longer than I thought. The path was steep, loose stones sliding underfoot. Sweat ran down my back, and my legs ached from the constant effort. By the time I reached the top, the sky had shifted into the soft pink of late afternoon. From the ridge, the view was breathtaking. The mountains rolled endlessly, green and shadowed, rivers glinting far below. I sat on a rock to catch my breath, and for a moment, the tension eased. I allowed myself to appreciate the silence, to feel the wind on my face. But the moment didn't last. As I started back down, I realized the trail looked different. Rocks and fallen branches I didn't remember. The forest floor seemed changed, rearranged. I slowed, trying to retrace my steps, but a creeping panic began to set in. Every turn seemed wrong, every tree too familiar, yet the path ahead unfamiliar. The sun was dropping quickly, and shadows stretched long, blending the forest into a nearly uniform dark mass. I knew that if I didn't get back soon, night would overtake me entirely. Hours passed. I stumbled over roots, slipped on moss-covered stones, my legs trembling. I called out, but my voice sounded strange, small, swallowed by the trees. No answer, no rustling, not even birds, just silence, heavy and oppressive. The trail had vanished. I tried to backtrack again, but every direction seemed wrong, every landmark unrecognizable. I started running, heart pounding, mind racing. My flashlight was useless now. It had died after a long day. Darkness fell like a blanket, and every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, felt amplified, threatening. Then, a noise that was unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from behind me. I froze, holding my breath, straining to hear. The steps stopped. I moved again, faster this time, desperate, but they started again, following me with a patience that was chilling. I ran blindly through the dark, tripping over roots, scratching my arms on branches. Panic was a physical thing in my chest, hot and suffocating. I stumbled into a small clearing, lit only by the faint light of the moon filtering through clouds. And there it was, another figure standing just at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the trees. Tall, lean, motionless. I didn't think. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, just away from the figure that seemed to know exactly where I was. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, and still, the footsteps followed, slow and steady. The forest twisted in on itself, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but somehow, I recognized a faint glimmer of something familiar. The roof of the cabin through a break in the trees. Relief and terror collided inside me. I sprinted toward it, branches slashing at my face and arms, mud sticking to my boots, my body shaking with exhaustion. I reached the cabin, slammed the door, locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping for air. I could hear the footsteps stop at the edge of the clearing, just outside, but the figure didn't move closer. I stayed against the door for what felt like hours, shivering, terrified, but eventually, the sounds faded. Morning came slowly, pale and gray, and with it, a cautious calm. I checked every lock, every window. Nothing was disturbed inside, and the forest beyond the clearing was quiet. I didn't leave the cabin that day. I stayed inside, sitting by the fireplace, keeping the fire alive, scanning the clearing constantly. I rationed my supplies carefully. By nightfall, I realized I had survived the first true test of isolation in the mountains. The following morning, I made a careful plan. I packed my bags, left signs at the cabin that I had been there, and took the safest path I could find, sticking to ridges and streams I recognized, marking trees as I went. Every shadow, every noise reminded me of the previous night, but I forced myself forward. Hours later, exhausted, scratched, and dehydrated, I reached the main road that led down the mountain. A car passed by, its lights cutting through the fog. I waved frantically. The driver stopped, listened to my frantic gestures, and finally, I got a ride down to a town where I could call for help. I reported the tracks and the figure to local authorities. They found nothing unusual but took my report seriously, warning me about hikers going missing and the occasional suspicious people living off the grid in the more remote sections. Looking back now, I understand how easily the forest can play tricks on the mind, how isolation amplifies fear, and how quickly the line between caution and terror can blur. I also learned that survival sometimes comes down to patience, careful observation, and the stubborn will to keep moving, even when the world seems against you. I kept the memory of that night vivid, a reminder that even the most serene places can hide danger, and that careful preparation and awareness can make all the difference. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, imagining a weekend alone in the cabin as a way to escape the constant pressure of work, deadlines, and the background noise of the city. I had driven for hours, winding through narrow mountain roads that climbed steeply, with tall trees on either side that blocked out almost all sunlight. The air grew cooler the higher I went, carrying the faint smell of pine needles and damp earth. I parked the car at the trailhead, double-checked that I had my backpack packed with essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, extra clothes, a flashlight with spare batteries, and a small hatchet, and started the half-mile walk toward the cabin. The path was uneven, a mixture of loose rocks, fallen branches, and patches of damp moss, and I felt the satisfying ache in my legs as I climbed. It was the kind of walk that reminded you of your body's limitations, and yet it felt good, invigorating. The cabin appeared through the trees just as the sun began to dip behind the peaks, casting long shadows over the forest floor. It was a modest structure, built of weathered logs, with a stone chimney and a small porch. The windows were dirty, but I could see the faint outline of furniture inside. A table, chairs, and a small bed in the corner. I stepped onto the porch, the wood creaking under my weight, and took a moment to breathe. The silence here was heavy, a quiet that pressed in on your ears until you could almost hear your heartbeat in the stillness. I unlocked the cabin door and stepped inside. The air was cold and smelled faintly of mildew and dust, but it was tolerable. I set my backpack down and started a fire in the small stone fireplace, using kindling I had brought along. The first sparks caught quickly, and soon flames were dancing, giving the room a warm, flickering light. I unpacked my bag, placing food on the counter and hanging my jacket on a hook near the door. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I chopped some wood to keep the fire going and settled down with a notebook, jotting down observations about the surrounding forest, the texture of the cabin walls, the sounds of birds, and the distant rustle of what I assumed were squirrels or small mammals outside. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. I pulled on a thick sweater and wrapped myself in a blanket, feeling the heat of the fire against my legs. That was when I first noticed it, a faint scratching sound coming from the back of the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind, the way it rattled the window panes, but the sound was deliberate, rhythmic, almost like claws against wood. I froze, listening intently. It stopped. I told myself it was probably a small animal, maybe a raccoon or a porcupine, trying to get at something outside. I forced myself to move on, getting some food ready and trying to ignore the unease creeping up my spine. But as I lay down later that night, the sounds became clearer. Heavy footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate, not the soft patter of an animal. I sat up, heart hammering, and listened. The footsteps stopped as abruptly as they had started. I went to the window and peered out into the darkness. The forest was black, almost suffocating, and I could make out nothing beyond the faint outline of trees. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake for hours listening. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush made me flinch. I kept reminding myself that I was alone, that nothing could get in without making a lot more noise than I had heard. But the fear in my chest would not dissipate. Eventually, the first light of dawn crept through the window, and I convinced myself that staying inside and keeping the fire going would be enough. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin more thoroughly. The forest was thick, the kind of dense woodland where visibility is limited to just a few meters. Fallen trees crisscrossed the ground, and the smell of damp soil and decaying leaves was pervasive. I walked along a faint trail leading to a small stream I had noticed from the cabin. The water was icy cold and clear, running over smooth stones. While filling my bottle, I noticed footprints in the mud along the bank. They were large, heavy, and oddly human in shape. My stomach clenched. They were too big to be mine, and I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail. I followed them for a short distance, but they disappeared among the roots and thick undergrowth. I went back to the cabin, keeping a watchful eye over my shoulder, feeling the unease settle deeper in my bones. That evening, as I prepared dinner, I heard it again, scratching, faint at first, then growing louder. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it around the cabin. Nothing. I checked the windows and doors, making sure everything was locked, even reinforcing a loose latch on the back door with the hatchet handle. My mind raced, imagining the worst-case scenarios, every horror movie I had ever seen, but I kept telling myself that logically, nothing could happen. And yet, my logical mind offered little comfort against the fear that pulsed in my veins. Later that night, I awoke to a loud bang against the cabin wall. The fire had died down, leaving the room in shadows. I froze, straining to hear. There was silence, then a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor outside. My heart raced. I grabbed the flashlight and hatchet and crept to the door. I turned the knob slowly. It was locked. I peered out into the darkness. The porch was empty, but the forest beyond seemed impossibly black and endless, every shadow a potential threat. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every sound amplified, every movement outside sending a jolt of fear through me. By morning, I was exhausted, sleep-deprived, and my nerves were frayed. I considered leaving immediately, but the path down the mountain was steep and treacherous, and I needed daylight to navigate it safely. So I waited, my ears tuned to every whisper of the wind and every crack of a branch. As the day progressed, I made plans to secure the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture in front of the windows, checked the locks, and kept the hatchet within arm's reach. I filled the fireplace with more wood, creating a large barrier of flames if anything attempted to enter. Every time I heard a sound, I froze, heart hammering, before cautiously checking the source. By mid-afternoon, I started noticing subtle signs. Small marks on the porch railing that weren't there before, a broken branch near the window, faint footprints leading away from the cabin. Someone had been here, observing, testing, and I had no idea who or why. The night that followed was worse than the first. I barely slept, taking turns pacing the cabin, keeping the fire alive, and checking the windows. At one point, I heard soft, deliberate knocking on the door, slow and heavy. I didn't respond, didn't move, but I could feel my body tensing as adrenaline coursed through me. Hours passed like this, stretching into an endless night of fear and uncertainty. By the following morning, I realized I couldn't stay. I had to descend and reach the main road, no matter how dangerous the path might be. I packed my essentials quickly, leaving behind most of the food and equipment, and stepped out into the early morning light. The forest seemed almost peaceful in comparison to the terror of the previous night, but I remained vigilant. Every sound was a potential threat, every shadow a possible hiding place for whoever had been watching me. I followed the trail carefully, using the sun to guide me. Hours passed, and I felt both relief and tension as I moved further from the cabin. Eventually, I reached the car, my heart still pounding, but grateful to be leaving. I started the engine, hands shaking, and drove down the mountain slowly, eyes scanning the forest edges constantly. When I finally reached a paved road and civilization, the tension began to fade. I stopped at a small convenience store to get water and call someone, telling myself I would never return to that cabin alone. I reflected on the fear I had felt, the exhaustion, and the way every detail of the cabin and forest had become magnified in my mind. I realized that my terror had been rooted not in the supernatural, but in something far more real: the presence of another human being who had invaded my solitude, testing the limits of my safety, reminding me how vulnerable I truly was. In the days that followed, I reported what had happened to local authorities. They investigated the area but found nothing. No footprints, no signs of someone living nearby, nothing beyond the ordinary marks of wildlife and fallen trees. It was as if whoever had been there had vanished completely, leaving only my memory of fear and vigilance. I returned home with a sense of relief and a new respect for caution. The experience stayed with me for years, a reminder that the wilderness is not just beautiful and serene, but also unpredictable, and that even in seemingly empty places, other people can pose very real dangers. I never returned to that cabin, and I made a rule for myself. Solitude in the wilderness can be exhilarating, but it also requires a careful assessment of risks, awareness of surroundings, and preparation for the unknown. In the end, I survived because I stayed alert, trusted my instincts, and prioritized safety above curiosity. I had been driving for hours along the winding, narrow roads of the northern forest, the trees thick and unbroken, towering on either side of the single lane as if guarding the emptiness beyond. The sun was dipping toward the horizon, casting long, pale shadows across the asphalt. My destination was a cabin I had rented through a small, obscure website. It was advertised as remote, private, and perfect for someone looking to escape. That suited me perfectly. The last few months of work had drained me, leaving me restless, tired, and desperate to be alone. As I drove, I felt the road narrow further, the asphalt giving way to patches of gravel, and then to dirt in some sections. The forest pressed in closer, its dense shadows stretching into the road. I caught glimpses of the sky, streaked with purple and gold, but mostly, I was surrounded by dark green, brown trunks, and the occasional rustle of unseen animals. I kept the windows slightly open despite the chill, wanting to hear the wind brushing the treetops. The air smelled clean, damp, and earthy, a mix of pine and decaying leaves, which should have been calming, but something about the isolation gnawed at the edge of my mind. The GPS signal became spotty, then completely disappeared. I relied on the directions printed from the website, which were sparse and vague. Turn left at the broken fence post, continue past the clearing with the fallen tree, and the cabin would be at the end of the path. I passed the landmarks as described, though each seemed more remote than the last, and the dirt track became rougher, full of rocks and roots that jostled the car. By the time I reached a point where the track forked, I could see the cabin ahead, half hidden behind thick pine trees. Its roof was dark, and the wooden walls looked weathered, nearly blending into the forest around it. I parked beside a small, dry creek and stepped out, immediately noticing the silence. The forest seemed heavier here, the usual sounds of birds or distant animals muted, replaced by the occasional creak of branches swaying in the wind. I carried my bags to the cabin, noting how sturdy it looked despite its age. There was no electricity, and the chimney suggested a wood-burning stove inside. The windows were clear, letting in the last light of day, and I could see the interior was simple. A small kitchen area, a bed in one corner, and a table with 2 chairs. I liked the simplicity. After unpacking, I went outside to gather firewood. The air was cold, and a mist was starting to rise from the forest floor. I broke branches from nearby dead trees, stacking them near the cabin's entrance. The wind began to pick up, pushing a low, constant sound through the trees. I felt a shiver that wasn't just from the cold. It was a sharp, uneasy feeling, like the forest was watching. I shook it off as irrational. Night came fast. I lit the stove, and the cabin filled with warmth and a faint smell of burning wood. I made a simple meal from the supplies I had brought and sat by the window, watching the shadows of trees stretch across the ground, pale in the moonlight. Then I noticed something I hadn't before: tracks leading to the cabin. Deep, heavy footprints in the soft earth, not human in size but certainly animal. I traced them back toward the deeper forest, and they disappeared into the darkness. My stomach twisted. I knew bears could inhabit these forests, and while attacks were rare, the thought lingered. I secured all the doors and windows, checking the locks multiple times. The wind intensified as night fell, moaning and rattling the walls. Every small sound made me jump. A branch hitting the roof, the creek gurgling nearby, the scurry of small creatures outside. I tried to focus on reading a book, but sleep felt impossible. At some point, I thought I heard heavy breathing outside, close enough that it seemed to move around the cabin. I stayed perfectly still, listening, but the sounds were gone before I could tell what they were. My mind raced. Maybe it was a bear investigating the area, maybe a deer or even a raccoon. Still, the unease settled in my chest like a stone. Around midnight, the wind brought a different sound. A crunch, deliberate, coming from the edge of the clearing where the trees met the cabin. I froze, heart hammering. The crunch repeated, slow, measured, like someone or something was circling. I grabbed a large knife from the kitchen and quietly walked toward the door, careful not to make a sound on the wooden floor. The moonlight was thin, only illuminating faint shadows among the trees. I could see nothing moving, but the sound persisted intermittently. Hours passed this way, each shadow and sound magnified in the darkness. I stayed awake by the stove, keeping the fire alive. The wind died down around 3 in the morning, leaving an almost unnatural silence. The tension was unbearable. I moved slowly around the cabin, checking windows and doors, making mental notes of every creak and groan of the wood. It felt like hours before I finally allowed myself to sit back down, exhausted but alert. Dawn came in pale streaks of gray, and the forest's edge became more visible. I decided to take a cautious walk around the cabin. The tracks I had noticed the night before were still there, now clearer in the early light. They were enormous, far larger than any humans, with deep impressions in the soft soil. I could see drag marks and claw marks nearby. The realization hit me fully. A large predator had been very close to the cabin last night. I felt relief that it hadn't attacked, but also fear that it could return. I gathered more firewood and reinforced the cabin as best I could, stacking logs against the doors and windows where possible, though I knew it wasn't a perfect barrier. Over the next 2 days, I remained hyper-aware. I explored the area cautiously, noting potential escape routes and places to hide if needed. I found a small stream about a quarter-mile away, which would provide water in an emergency. I also discovered a large rock formation on higher ground that could serve as a vantage point. Each day, I would carefully check for tracks, signs of animal movement, or anything unusual. I never saw another person. The isolation was deep, and with each passing hour, my senses sharpened. Every sound and movement in the forest amplified in my mind. On the 3rd night, the tension peaked again. I was preparing another fire when I heard the snap of a large branch near the cabin. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed a thick, sturdy stick and moved quietly outside to investigate, staying in the shadows near the trees. My breath steamed in the cold night air. I saw a figure moving through the underbrush, large, dark, and low to the ground. The creature, likely a bear, moved with intent but didn't seem to notice me immediately. I froze, heart hammering, remembering everything I had read about bear encounters. Don't run, stay calm, make yourself look big. I slowly backed toward the cabin, keeping the fire's light between me and the animal, ready to slam the door if necessary. The bear paused, sniffed the air, and then moved along, eventually disappearing into the forest. I spent the rest of the night awake, fire blazing, every sound analyzed, but the bear did not return. The following morning, I realized I couldn't stay any longer. The experience had been thrilling in a strange way, but also dangerously close to disaster. I packed my belongings carefully, checking the cabin one last time. Before leaving, I took detailed notes and photos of the tracks and surroundings, both for my memory and to understand what had happened. Driving back, the forest seemed less menacing in daylight, but I was acutely aware of every tree, shadow, and movement. The road, which had seemed winding and mysterious on arrival, now looked familiar and navigable. By the time I reached the main highway, the weight of the experience began to lift, replaced by a cautious satisfaction. I had faced a real danger, acted cautiously, and emerged unscathed. In the days after, I reflected on the trip. The cabin had been isolated, and the presence of a large predator so close had been terrifying, but it had taught me to respect the wilderness, to prepare meticulously, and to stay alert at all times. I documented everything in detail: the state of the cabin, the surroundings, the tracks, and my own reactions. I knew that while the forest could be beautiful and serene, it was never fully safe. But I also knew that my careful observation, preparation, and patience had allowed me to leave without harm. The trip became one of the most vivid memories of my life. I still remember the smell of the forest, the feel of the cold wind, and the constant tension of those nights. It was a scary experience, undeniably, but it had a clear, real resolution. I left the cabin knowing that fear can be managed with preparation, respect, and caution, and that survival sometimes relies on patience and calm rather than heroics. The forest remained untamed, but I had faced it and returned safely, with lessons that would stay with me forever. I never liked staying in cabins alone, but I thought this time it would be different. I had spent months planning a solo trip into the woods, convincing myself that I needed the quiet and the isolation to clear my head. The cabin I rented was deep in the mountains, far from any main road, hidden at the end of a long, uneven dirt path that wound through dense forest. From the photos online, it looked rustic but secure, built entirely from dark, aged wood with a stone chimney and a sturdy metal roof. The surrounding trees were tall and close together, forming a thick canopy that would block most of the light during the day and make the night feel impenetrably dark. I had packed all the essentials: food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, extra blankets, but the thought of being completely alone in such an isolated place gnawed at the back of my mind. Still, I was determined. I wanted to experience the solitude, to push myself, to prove I could handle it. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. The dirt road turned into a narrow path barely wide enough for my car, and I had to carefully maneuver around tree roots and rocks jutting up from the ground. The forest felt denser the further I went, and the air grew cooler and more humid, carrying the damp smell of pine needles and wet earth. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains, and shadows stretched long across the clearing where it sat. I parked the car and stood for a moment, taking in the sight. The cabin was beautiful in a stark, rugged way, but the isolation pressed on me immediately. Every sound felt louder: the rustle of leaves, the creak of branches, even the distant call of a bird sounded unnatural in the silence. I unloaded my gear and went inside. The interior was small but cozy, with a stone fireplace, a simple kitchen, a single bedroom, and a tiny bathroom. Dust covered the corners, and I could tell the place hadn't been used for a while, but everything seemed functional. I turned on the lights and walked from room to room, checking the doors and windows to make sure they were secure. Once I was satisfied, I set my gear down, unpacked a few essentials, and started a small fire in the fireplace. The warmth felt comforting, but at the same time, the shadows it cast on the walls seemed almost alive, flickering and moving in strange, hypnotic ways. I spent the first few hours organizing supplies and setting up the small living area, making sure everything was within reach. I didn't want to leave the cabin after dark if I didn't have to. The sun set fully, leaving the forest outside a black wall. I turned off the main lights and relied on the firelight and a single lamp, which cast a warm glow but barely reached the corners of the room. That was when I first noticed it, the sound. It was faint at first, just a soft scratching coming from somewhere outside. I froze, listening. The sound was irregular, almost like something dragging along the edge of the cabin. My mind immediately jumped to worst-case scenarios. Animals, someone hiding outside. But I told myself it was probably just a branch rubbing against the side of the building. The forest was full of deer, raccoons, and other small animals. I tried to focus on reading a book, but the scratching persisted. Every now and then, it paused, only to start again a few seconds later. My heart began to race, and I found myself glancing at the windows, half expecting to see a shadow moving. The cabin felt smaller somehow, the walls pressing in on me. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Around midnight, the sound changed. It became a soft, deliberate thumping, like someone walking slowly around the cabin. Not running, not fast, but slow and heavy enough that I could hear the weight in each step. My stomach dropped. I hadn't seen another person all day, and there was no road nearby. Whoever it was would have had to hike a long distance just to get here. I grabbed my flashlight and a small pocket knife I always carried, feeling both foolish and terrified. I checked the doors, they were all locked. Windows too. I stood in the middle of the room trying to make sense of the sound. The thumping stopped, but only for a moment. Then, from the back of the cabin, I heard a scraping noise, like metal against wood. It was coming from the back door. My mind raced through possibilities, and I realized I had left the back door unlocked by accident. I had double-checked the front, but the back door, hidden behind some shrubs, was vulnerable. I slowly moved toward it, my flashlight shaking in my hands. When I reached the door, I saw deep scratch marks gouged into the wood. Whoever or whatever had been outside had tried to get in. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling. I spent the rest of the night in the bedroom, sitting against the wall with the flashlight in my lap. Every sound made me jump. The wind against the trees, the shifting of branches, the distant call of an owl. Sleep was impossible. The first rays of dawn did little to calm me. The forest still looked alien and threatening. By morning, I realized I had no choice but to leave. I grabbed my car keys, loaded my bag, and prepared to hike back to the main road. That was when I saw it. Footprints. Fresh footprints in the soft dirt around the cabin, leading from the woods straight to the back door. They were large, heavy, and unmistakable. Someone had been here during the night, watching, maybe even waiting for me to fall asleep. I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting with fear and anger. I didn't look back as I got in the car, keeping my eyes on the path ahead. Every snap of a twig under the tires made me tense, but I drove slowly and carefully, refusing to let panic take over. It took hours to reach the main road. The dirt path felt endless, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure following me. No one appeared, and eventually the familiar signs of civilization began to emerge: power lines, houses, cars. I felt some relief, but the tension in my body didn't ease completely. I realized that even though I was safe, the experience had changed me. The forest, the isolation, the feeling of being watched, it left a mark. I reported the incident to the local authorities. They took my statement seriously, though they said there had been no similar reports in the area recently. They suggested it might have been a hunter or a hiker, but the footprints indicated something more deliberate, more dangerous. I never returned to that cabin, and I never went on another solo trip so far from help. Over time, I processed the fear I felt that night. I learned to respect the wilderness and understand that isolation amplifies even the smallest threats. The memory of the scratching, the thumping, and the fresh footprints stayed with me, but it also taught me a valuable lesson about preparedness and caution. I realized that even when you think you are safe, there is always a margin of risk in the wild, and it is better to be vigilant and proactive than reckless. Eventually, I found a way to reclaim my sense of confidence. I started taking shorter trips closer to towns where help was accessible, and I learned proper safety measures for wilderness travel. I never let myself get complacent again, and though the memory of that cabin still sends a shiver down my spine, I consider it a turning point, a moment where fear taught me something crucial about respect, caution, and survival. It was terrifying, yes, but it ended with me walking away, alive, wiser, and more aware of the invisible dangers that can lurk in places that seem peaceful and remote. I had planned the trip for months, thinking of it as a solitary escape from the endless hum of city life. Work, traffic, people, and obligations pressed down on me relentlessly, and I wanted a break, a place where I could be alone, surrounded by silence, where the only sounds would be the wind in the trees and my own breathing. The cabin was somewhere deep in the woods, far enough that no one would stumble upon me accidentally. It was advertised as rustic, private, and isolated, perfect for someone who wanted to disappear for a while. I packed my car carefully, taking only what was necessary: food that could last without refrigeration, water, a few tools, a flashlight with extra batteries, a first aid kit, and a small camping stove. I wanted to travel light because I knew the cabin was only accessible through a narrow, bumpy dirt road that would test my patience and my car's suspension. The drive itself was long, winding through hills and dense forests that seemed to grow thicker with each mile. I noticed that as I left the main road behind, the houses became fewer, replaced by tall pines and thick underbrush. The smell of earth and decaying leaves became stronger, mingling with the faint scent of pine resin. I felt a mixture of excitement and unease. Being alone in the middle of nowhere always brought that strange, tight feeling in my chest. There was a thrill to it, but also a weight of responsibility because no one was around to help if anything went wrong. Eventually, after hours of driving, I reached the end of the dirt road, where the cabin appeared through a break in the trees. It was small, made of rough-hewn logs, with a simple pitched roof and a porch that had seen better days. The windows were dusty, and the wooden boards creaked underfoot when I stepped onto the porch. A thin layer of moss had grown on the roof, and small birds darted in and out of nearby trees, their calls echoing faintly. I parked the car nearby, the engine's echo fading quickly in the dense woods. Immediately, the air felt different, heavier somehow, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The interior of the cabin was simple but serviceable. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a wood-burning stove, a table with a few chairs, a bed in the corner, and shelves that held basic utensils and tools left by previous renters or the owners. The floorboards were uneven, some warped from years of exposure to the elements, and the smell of old wood mixed with a faint mustiness hung in the air. I set down my things, opened the windows to let fresh air in, and tried to ignore the feeling that the forest was watching me. I told myself it was normal to feel uneasy in a new, isolated place. As night fell, the forest outside transformed. Shadows stretched long and dark under the dim light of the fading sun. The sounds of the city were gone, replaced by the rustle of leaves, the distant snap of a twig, and the occasional call of an owl. I sat on the porch for a while, sipping water, listening, trying to let the quietness of the woods sink into me instead of letting it churn into anxiety. But as darkness fully descended, I noticed how oppressive the silence had become. It wasn't just quiet. It felt like the forest was holding onto its sounds, waiting. Every tiny noise seemed magnified. A branch hitting the side of the cabin sounded like a gunshot. My own heartbeat echoed in my ears. I decided to make a fire inside the cabin, thinking it would give me warmth and a sense of security. I gathered wood from the stack outside, noticing that some logs were damp, and some were covered with a thin layer of mold. I set the fire carefully, listening to the wood crackle and the first hints of warmth spreading through the room. The firelight danced across the walls, throwing long, irregular shadows that made the interior feel larger and smaller at the same time. I tried to focus on practical things, checking the locks on the doors, inspecting the windows, and making sure I had a flashlight close by. Then I heard it, a scraping sound, faint at first, like someone or something was dragging a foot across the ground outside. I froze, my body rigid. I told myself it was probably a branch or a small animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the noise persisted. It came in slow, deliberate intervals, almost as if it were testing the space around the cabin. My throat tightened. I reached for my flashlight and tried to peer through the windows, but the darkness was complete. The forest beyond the cabin seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. I went outside to investigate, taking the flashlight with me. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating small patches of underbrush and the trunks of towering trees. I walked slowly around the perimeter, listening, trying to spot any movement. The air was cold and damp, and the smell of wet earth and moss was strong. I didn't see anything at first, only the shifting shadows of branches swaying in the wind. Then I noticed footprints in the soft mud near the side of the cabin. They weren't large, but they were fresh, recent, and led around the back of the cabin, stopping abruptly near the forest line. My stomach sank. I hadn't seen another person since I left the main road. I returned inside, shutting the door carefully behind me, and tried to calm myself. I checked my phone. No signal. That was expected. This was deep in the woods. I told myself to stay calm, to keep rational. Whoever or whatever made those tracks might have been an animal or someone just passing by, but the thought that it could be a human intruder lingered at the edge of my mind. I secured the doors and windows as best as I could, stacked chairs against the door, and prepared myself to stay alert through the night. Hours passed. The scraping sound came again, this time closer. I could hear faint footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. My fear escalated into a kind of hyper-awareness where every creak, every rustle, every faint breath of wind became a possible threat. I kept the fire burning and my flashlight ready, sitting in the middle of the room, watching the shadows move across the walls. The cabin felt smaller, more confining, as though it was pressing down on me. Couldn't sleep. I couldn't let my guard down for even a second. By dawn, the noises stopped. The forest was alive again, but the tension that had gripped me all night remained. I cautiously stepped outside, checking for footprints, signs of disturbance, anything unusual. What I found made my blood run cold. Alongside the tracks I had seen the previous night were marks suggesting someone had tried to pry open the cabin door. There were scratch marks, deep and deliberate, where a metal tool had been used, and the door's lock was slightly bent. Whoever had come by had not succeeded in entering, but the intent was clear. I felt violated, exposed, but I also realized that daylight brought safety in a way the darkness could not. I spent the next day preparing. I reinforced the doors with anything I could find: wood, rocks, even the metal rods from the firewood rack. I cleared a path to the nearest road in case I had to leave quickly. I made sure my supplies were within reach, my tools organized, and my senses alert. I stayed mostly inside, watching the forest from the windows, noting every movement. Every bird, every rustle, every snapping twig became something I cataloged carefully. By evening, I felt a cautious sense of control. I wasn't helpless. I could survive the night, but I knew I could not let my guard down again. The second night was long and tense, but it passed without incident. I slept fitfully, waking at every sound, but the intruder did not return. By morning, I felt a cautious relief. I knew the danger hadn't vanished. It was still out there somewhere. But for now, I had survived. I packed my belongings, leaving the cabin in good order, but I felt different. The solitude I had sought had turned into vigilance, fear, and awareness of how small and vulnerable I was in the forest. As I drove away, the trees and hills fading in my rearview mirror, I felt a strange mixture of relief and lingering unease. I had been alone, tested, and had come through intact. The memory of the night stayed with me, sharp and vivid, but I also knew I had handled it. I had survived, planned carefully, and adapted, and that knowledge gave me a deep, hard-earned confidence. The road back to civilization was long and winding, but each mile felt lighter than the last. I passed the houses, the small towns, the highways, and finally the familiar cityscape. The noises, the traffic, the constant presence of people. Once oppressive, now felt comforting. I realized that isolation in the woods was not the escape I had imagined. It was a test, a confrontation with fear and vigilance, and surviving it had changed me. I knew I would remember that cabin, those footsteps, the weight of the forest, and the long night forever. It had been terrifying, exhausting, and yet profoundly grounding. I had faced a real fear without any fantasy or illusion, and I had come out intact. The relief I felt was complete. The experience etched deeply into my memory, and I knew I would approach life afterward with a sharper sense of awareness and caution. I had been looking forward to the trip for months, a chance to leave the city behind, to escape the constant noise, the traffic, the pressure of work, and just breathe in quiet for a while. I had rented a small cabin deep in the mountains, far from any road that saw regular traffic, far from any neighbor. The GPS coordinates had seemed precise enough when I entered them, but as I drove further along the narrow, unpaved road, the trees began to close in so densely that I could barely see the sun through the branches. My phone had lost service miles back, and I realized I had no way of contacting anyone if something went wrong. I shrugged off the worry, telling myself that was exactly why I had come. To be alone, to feel that rare kind of freedom only silence could provide. The cabin appeared as if it had been waiting for me, tucked into a slight clearing, its weathered wood blending almost perfectly with the surrounding pines. Smoke rose lazily from the chimney, though I knew no one else would be there. I parked the car on the uneven dirt patch, my tires crunching over dry leaves. The cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms with a loft above. Inside, the air smelled faintly of pine and something older, like the residue of decades of living. The furniture was basic but functional. A table, chairs, a small wood stove, a bed with a simple quilt. It was perfect. It was quiet. It was mine for the weekend. I spent the first few hours unpacking, organizing supplies, and walking around the clearing, taking note of how the trees formed a natural barrier on all sides. Birds called in the distance, and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush reminded me that I was not completely alone. I made a mental note of a small stream I had seen to the north, thinking I could explore it in the morning. Night fell faster than I expected. The forest had a way of swallowing the light. I built a small fire in the stove, the glow filling the room, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls. The wind began to rise outside, a low moan through the trees that sometimes felt like it was trying to reach inside. I told myself it was normal, the forest breathing in its own way, and I sat on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, letting my thoughts drift. Around midnight, I heard it. A snapping sound outside, faint but deliberate, like a branch under the weight of something moving carefully. I froze, straining to hear over the crackling stove. The sound repeated, a slow, cautious series of steps circling the cabin. My stomach tightened, a cold feeling crawling up my spine. I reminded myself that it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe a raccoon, but the sound didn't match anything I had ever heard in the woods. It was heavier, more deliberate. I grabbed a flashlight and crept to the door, the wood floor cold under my feet. The beam sliced through the darkness outside. Nothing. The shadows of the trees moved with the wind, making everything seem alive. I stepped outside carefully, scanning the perimeter. Nothing moved. Nothing sounded but the wind. I exhaled, shaking my head. Paranoia was natural out here. The next day, I tried to ignore the incident. I explored the stream, gathered firewood, and enjoyed the quiet. The sun dappled through the trees, the forest almost beautiful in its isolation. But at night, the noises returned. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the cabin walls set my nerves on edge. I started double-checking the locks on doors and windows, examining the cabin for any signs of forced entry, though logically, there should have been none. On the 3rd night, it escalated. I had just finished cooking dinner on the stove when I heard it. A heavy thump against the cabin wall, followed by a dragging sound. My heart stopped. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, a sturdy kitchen knife, and moved cautiously to the window. The beam of my flashlight swept over the dark forest. A shadow moved quickly, darting behind the trees. My hands shook. I backed away from the window, realizing how exposed I was. The realization hit me that someone or something was outside, testing me, studying me, waiting. I spent hours awake that night, listening to every noise, my knife clutched tightly. Every branch that cracked under the weight of some unseen animal made me jump. The wind picked up, and I could hear the scrape of something moving across the forest floor outside. I thought of leaving, of getting back in the car and driving all the way down to the nearest town. But I knew the road was treacherous at night, narrow and unpaved, and the thought of moving in the dark through the same forest that seemed alive with presence made my stomach twist. The next morning, I found evidence outside. Footprints in the dirt, larger than mine, leading in a circle around the cabin. Fresh, deliberate. My rational mind told me it had to be a human, not an animal. Panic surged. I searched the cabin, checking all possible exits. My phone still had no service. I had to think carefully. I couldn't call for help. I couldn't leave in the dark without being seen. I had to wait for daylight. I spent the day barricading as best as I could. I pushed the furniture against the door, stacked firewood near the windows, anything to make it harder for someone to get inside. I also started preparing for an emergency exit. The back door led to the forest, but if I timed it right and stayed low, I could reach the car. I rationed my water and food carefully, knowing I might need the supplies if I was stuck longer than planned. Night fell again, and with it, the sounds outside returned. But this time, I noticed something different. The movement seemed coordinated, as if whoever was out there was aware I could hear them, teasing me, testing me. Branches broke farther away, then closer, then receded again. At one point, a shadow moved directly across the front window, too large to be a deer. I realized with a sinking feeling that they were watching me, probably waiting for me to make a mistake. I spent the night in a heightened state of alert, listening, ready to react. Morning came, pale and cold, and with it a plan. I would wait until the light was strong enough to give me full visibility, then make a break for the car. I couldn't risk another night of waiting, and I couldn't stay inside passively. By mid-morning, the sun had climbed high enough to illuminate the forest fully. I moved quietly, keeping low, watching the clearing and listening for any signs of movement. The footprints from yesterday were still visible, but there was no one in sight. I took a deep breath and sprinted toward the car, my knife still in hand. Branches slapped against my arms, but I kept moving, adrenaline giving me speed and focus. When I reached the car, I checked the doors quickly. They were locked, thankfully, and I dove inside. The engine started without issue. I kept my eyes on the tree-line as I drove slowly at first, scanning for movement, before putting more distance between me and the cabin. The road wound down the mountain, narrow and rough, but I didn't slow until I reached a patch of open road where I knew I could be seen by passing vehicles. Hours later, I reached a small town, where I parked at a gas station, trembling, exhausted, and shaken to my core. I realized then how fragile safety can be, how quickly solitude can become vulnerability. The cabin, the isolation, had felt like freedom, but it had turned into something far more primal: fear, awareness, survival. I never returned to that cabin, never attempted another solo trip into the mountains. But the experience left me with a clarity I had never felt before: that the wilderness is not just beautiful. It is alive, it is patient, and it can teach lessons about vigilance and instinct that city life can never provide. I sold the car I had driven that weekend, bought a phone with better reception, and limited my trips to areas where I knew others would be nearby. It wasn't fear of the forest itself that stayed with me, but the memory of being completely exposed, completely alone, and entirely at the mercy of something or someone I couldn't see. And that lesson, terrifying as it was, kept me alive. I had been planning the trip for months, thinking it would be the perfect break from the city. I wanted solitude, the quiet of the forest, and the kind of isolation that made you feel alive in your own skin. The cabin I rented was tucked deep into a patch of national forest miles from the nearest road. The pictures online made it look rustic, sturdy, and inviting. I imagined mornings spent watching sunlight sift through the pine trees, afternoons reading by the fire, and nights stretched out under a heavy blanket, listening to the wind in the treetops. What I hadn't considered was how alone really could be, and how much the forest, when left to itself, could swallow up your sense of safety. The drive out there was long and winding. The highway ended, then gave way to gravel, and finally to a rutted dirt road that barely seemed to exist on any map. My car, packed tightly with supplies and food, bounced over rocks and roots. The forest pressed in on both sides, thick with trees that rose high and cast shadow even in the late afternoon sun. I kept glancing at the GPS, knowing full well that the signal might die before I reached the cabin, but I was determined. I reminded myself that no one else was coming out here for the next few days. I liked that thought at first, the sense of complete separation from the world, but as the trees thickened and the road narrowed, a small part of me started to feel exposed, fragile in a way I hadn't expected. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked just like the photos. Wooden, with a pitched roof and a stone chimney. Smoke wasn't curling from the chimney, but the structure was solid, with a front porch and steps worn smooth by time. I unloaded the car and carried my supplies inside. The interior smelled faintly of pine and dust. It was empty, quiet, and colder than I expected, even though the sun was still high. I plugged in the small generator for electricity and began unpacking, putting food in the small fridge and checking that the wood stove was clean and ready to light. I could hear the faint sound of water somewhere in the distance, probably a creek, though I couldn't see it yet. That night, after a simple dinner and a cup of tea, I sat by the stove. The wind was picking up outside, and the branches scratched against the windows like fingernails. I kept telling myself it was just the wind, that the forest was harmless. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an instinct, subtle and nagging. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I reminded myself that I was alone by choice, and there was no reason to feel afraid. Sleep eventually came, light and uneasy. The next day, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was dense, the trees tall and closely packed, and the ground uneven. Fallen logs were covered in moss, and the air smelled wet and earthy. I followed a narrow path down toward the sound of the creek. The water was clear and fast, tumbling over rocks and fallen branches. I spent some time there, watching small fish dart between the shadows of the rocks. On my way back, I noticed tracks, deep, uneven prints in the mud, too large to be human and too patterned to be random. I froze for a moment, trying to make sense of them. Bears came to this area, I reminded myself. It had to be a bear. I traced the tracks briefly, careful not to get too close to the water where the ground might be soft, and then turned back toward the cabin. I tried to shake off the unease. I told myself the bear had probably moved on, and even if it hadn't, most wild animals avoided humans. That night, I sat by the stove again, cooking a simple meal. Outside, the wind had picked up even more, howling through the pines. Branches scraped against the cabin like claws. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but told myself it was just the cold. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would wash away the tension. But in the middle of the night, a noise woke me. A heavy thump, like something large falling outside. My heart jumped. I stayed perfectly still, listening. The thump was followed by a scraping, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the cabin. My mind raced. Could it be the bear? I remembered reading that bears sometimes circle cabins at night, looking for food. I didn't have much, just some groceries, but they could smell it. I considered going outside, but common sense stopped me. The last thing I wanted was to meet a bear on its terms. I sat up in bed, staring into the dark, heart hammering. Eventually, the noise faded, replaced by the sound of the wind. The next morning, I investigated cautiously. The porch had scratches along the wooden rails, deep marks that could have been made by claws. My stomach dropped. These weren't small animal scratches. This was something much larger. The tracks I had seen the day before led right to the cabin and continued away, circling around it as if whatever it was had been sizing the place up. I realized I had underestimated the wildlife here. A large predator could be patient, clever, and dangerous. I spent the next day barricading the cabin as best I could. I moved heavy furniture against the doors and windows and cleared a path around the building to make sure I could see anything approaching. I also stocked firewood and supplies near the stove so I could keep warm and fed without stepping outside more than necessary. Each creak of the cabin, Each sound of branches swaying made my stomach tighten. Even the birdsong, normally pleasant, felt too loud, too aware. By the second night, the presence outside was undeniable. I could hear something moving slowly through the underbrush, stopping and starting, sometimes just beyond the trees, sometimes very close. My fear was raw, physical, pressing against my chest. I stayed up most of the night, holding a heavy metal rod I had found in the shed, ready for whatever might come. By the time the sun started to rise, I hadn't slept at all, exhausted and tense. In the morning, I decided I couldn't stay put indefinitely. The nearest ranger station was miles away, and I didn't have reliable cell service, but I had a radio. I made my way down the path I had taken the first day, trying to keep an eye on the forest around me. I noticed more tracks, more signs that something large was moving near the cabin. It wasn't just a bear. It had to be bigger, or at least aggressive enough to follow me so closely. I realized the only way to be truly safe was to leave. I packed my essentials into a backpack: food, water, the radio, my map, and a small first aid kit. The walk back to the dirt road was tense. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves made me freeze. I kept thinking about the cabin, about the nights spent listening to something enormous circling outside, and I felt a mix of relief and fear. Relief at leaving, fear at what I might encounter on the way out. I moved slowly, keeping the sun at my back, scanning constantly. At one point, I saw a massive shadow dart between the trees. My heart stopped. It was close, too fast, moving too deliberately. I remembered the stories of people in these woods, encounters with bears and mountain lions, and I kept my eyes forward, walking as quickly and quietly as I could. Eventually, the trees thinned, and I could see the road. My pace quickened. By the time I reached the road, I was shaking, exhausted, and soaked in sweat. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and listen. Nothing followed. The forest was quiet, as if it had never been alive with movement. I started walking toward the nearest town, the sense of danger slowly receding with every step away from the cabin. When I finally reached civilization, I went straight to the local authorities and reported what I had seen. They took notes, asked questions, and explained that the area had known wildlife, including a particularly large bear that had been spotted several times in the last month. They were interested in the scratch marks, the tracks, and my description of the movements. I felt a strange mix of vindication and relief. I had survived, but I also realized how fragile safety was, how quickly solitude could become vulnerability. In the following days, I stayed with friends, slowly decompressing. I went back mentally through every detail, every noise, every shadow. I learned to appreciate the small things again: lights in a house, the sound of distant traffic, the safety of walls around me. The forest had tested me, and I had made it through. The cabin was beautiful, isolated, and peaceful, but it was also a place where nature's power could overwhelm a person if they weren't careful. I realized that respect and preparation weren't just precautions, they were survival. Months later, I would tell the story to a few close friends. They would imagine ghosts or strange spirits, but I always shook my head. It wasn't supernatural. It was real. It was raw, natural, and terrifyingly simple. I was small, alone, and the forest was large, indifferent, and capable of killing if I didn't respect it. That truth, more than anything else, stayed with me. And even though I returned to the woods another time, I never went back to that cabin. Not because it was haunted or cursed, but because I understood now the kind of danger that absolute solitude could hold, and I didn't want to take that risk again. I had always thought I was prepared for anything. I had spent years hiking alone, camping alone, sleeping in tents and lean-tos, learning how to survive in the woods, and generally convincing myself that I could handle isolation, cold, rain, storms, and the quiet, heavy presence of nature itself. I had spent months planning this particular weekend. It was late October, the air already sharp and cold, the trees just beginning to let go of their leaves, and the forest floor turning into a crunchy, multicolored blanket. The cabin I had rented was small, an old wooden structure that had been listed as remote but accessible on the site I booked it from. The photos were quaint, rustic, cozy, everything a weekend retreat should be, but I had not realized how genuinely isolated remote would be in practice. When I drove the last mile along a narrow dirt track, with branches scraping the sides of my car and puddles that seemed far too deep for a rental car, I realized that no one would stumble upon this place by accident. That thought, in my mind at the time, was thrilling. It seemed like freedom. The cabin was exactly as the photos had promised. It had a small porch with a couple of chairs, a woodpile stacked neatly beside the door, and inside, a single room with a kitchenette, a small table, and a wood-burning stove. The bedroom was just large enough to hold a bed and a single dresser, and there was a small bathroom with a shower. Everything was clean but worn. The floors creaked just enough to remind you that this was a real, old structure, not a showroom. I set my bag down, stretched, and took a moment to breathe. Outside, the wind rustled the remaining leaves on the trees, and somewhere in the distance, water ran, maybe a stream or a small creek. Birds called occasionally, but otherwise the forest was still. The silence was absolute, a weight that pressed in from all sides. The first day passed without incident. I unpacked, explored the surrounding area, and made sure I had enough firewood for the evening. I chopped kindling, arranged the logs in the stove, and as the sun set, I lit a fire. The warmth and flickering light made the cabin feel safe and small, like I was the only person in the world with a little haven of heat and light. I cooked a simple dinner, cleaned up, and sat in one of the wooden chairs on the porch, wrapped in a blanket. The stars were sharp and bright above me, and the forest beyond the small clearing of the cabin was a dark, moving shadow. I felt a calm, easy solitude, the kind you only feel when you are genuinely alone. I went to bed early, the wood stove crackling softly, and slept like I had not slept in weeks. The next morning, I woke to a heavy fog. The air was damp, sticky, and smelled of wet leaves. I had planned to hike a nearby trail, but when I looked out the window, all I could see was a pale gray curtain of mist. I made coffee and watched as the world outside seemed to shrink to a few meters around the cabin. The fog was thick enough that I could barely see the edge of the clearing, let alone any paths into the woods. I decided to wait, thinking it would lift by mid-morning. I spent the time inside, cleaning a bit, organizing my gear, and reading a book I had brought. The fog did not lift. By early afternoon, I was restless. I put on a rain jacket and boots and stepped outside, intending to walk along the cabin's small clearing and see how far I could see into the woods. It was strange walking in that fog. The world seemed both too close and too far, like I could reach out and touch it, but everything was muted and distorted. Trees became looming shapes, and branches reached out like fingers from the gray haze. I walked carefully, stepping over roots and wet leaves, following what I thought was the old trail that led from the cabin to a nearby ridge. After about 20 minutes, I realized I was no longer certain where the trail went. The fog swallowed landmarks, erased direction, and made every tree and rock look the same. I tried to retrace my steps, but with each turn, I felt myself getting more disoriented. The forest had an oppressive quality in the fog, like it was closing in, and I could feel a growing tension in my chest. I reminded myself to stay calm, to breathe, and to move slowly. Panic would make it worse. I could find the cabin if I stayed steady. I just needed to recognize a tree I had passed, a rock formation. Something. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky, though I could not see it through the thick gray. My stomach growled, my legs grew tired, and my sense of time became meaningless. I kept walking in one direction, thinking I might find the edge of the clearing or the faint outline of the cabin. But the forest was a labyrinth, each step disorienting me further. I started to notice small, unsettling details. The way some branches snapped underfoot but seemed to move just after I stepped. The distant, indistinct rustling in the fog that made me freeze and turn around. The occasional glint of something that might have been metal or glass but vanished when I focused on it. The forest, once a comforting wilderness, had become alien and threatening. Every sound was amplified in the fog, and the silence between sounds was heavier, almost physical. I realized that I had no idea which way led back to the cabin. Panic began to rise, and I forced myself to stop walking, sit on a log, and think. I needed to remember the sun's position, any distinctive tree shapes, anything I had passed earlier. But everything was gray and the same. Night fell. The fog thickened and brought with it a cold that seeped into my bones. I tried to stay calm, telling myself that if I stayed put, I could wait for daylight and navigate back. But the forest around me was dark, oppressive, and alive with sounds that my mind exaggerated in the silence. The distant crack of a branch, the sudden drop of leaves, the flapping of something large overhead. I realized that the small comfort of the cabin, of a stove and a blanket, had disappeared, and I was completely alone. I wrapped myself in my jacket, tried to find a dry place to sit, and spent the night shivering, listening, and waiting. Sleep did not come. I could not close my eyes without imagining falling into a pit, being surrounded by unseen eyes, being lost forever. My mind circled, and the cold and damp made my thoughts sluggish. I rationed my energy, not moving more than necessary, trying to focus on breathing and surviving. Morning came, and I had survived, but the fog remained. I realized I could not wait for it to lift indefinitely. I forced myself to stand, moving slowly, leaving markers where I went. Broken branches, stones stacked, anything that might help me recognize the path. Hours passed in this cautious, methodical crawling forward through the fog. At one point, I stumbled upon a shallow stream, and following it downstream, I thought I might find the creek I had seen from the cabin. The sound of running water was comforting, something consistent in the disorienting gray. I followed it, careful not to slip, watching for the faint outline of trees that seemed different, the subtle curves of the bank, anything familiar. I thought constantly about the cabin, the warmth, and the safety, visualizing it in detail. I pictured the stove, the table, the porch chairs. That vision became my anchor. It gave me something to aim for, a mental compass. Hours later, I began to notice changes. The shape of a tree that looked like one near the cabin. The undergrowth thinning in a way I remembered. The slope of the land shifting familiar. My pace quickened, my hope rising. I forced myself to stay careful, but the recognition of the terrain was exhilarating. Eventually, the outlines of the cabin appeared, gray and ghostly in the fog, like a promise of life and warmth. I broke into a run, stumbling over roots and mud, and arrived at the porch exhausted, soaked and shivering. The door was just as I had left it, the wood stove still cold, the cabin quiet. I collapsed inside, letting the door close behind me. Relief washed over me in a physical wave. I was back. I was safe. I was alive. The rest of the day, I tended the fire, cooked food, and dried my clothes as best as I could. I looked outside, still wary, listening to the sounds of the forest. By evening, I felt calmer, more grounded. The cabin, once a simple place to sleep, had become a fortress, a tangible boundary between me and the uncertainty outside. I realized how much I had taken comfort, light, and shelter for granted, how fragile my sense of security could become when stripped to essentials. I made plans to stay put for the remainder of the trip, to use the time to observe, read, and rest. I did not want to risk getting lost again. The next morning, I woke to clear skies. The fog had lifted completely, revealing the forest in its quiet, expansive beauty. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating fallen leaves, sparkling dew, and the distant creek. I felt renewed, a sense of triumph and relief mingling with awe. I walked the paths carefully, exploring in daylight, retracing the route I had taken in the fog to see where I had been driving for hours along the winding mountain roads, the kind where the asphalt seemed to twist unnaturally with every turn and the forest pressed close on either side. The map on my phone showed a small, isolated cabin tucked deep in the woods, far from the nearest town. I had rented it for a weekend escape, thinking the isolation would be perfect for clearing my mind. I wasn't expecting peace to feel so heavy. By the time I reached the gravel driveway, The sun was already dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows that clawed across the road. The forest seemed alive in a quiet way, not the kind of alive you hear in birds or animals, but something more pressing, something that made the hair on my neck prickle. The cabin was small, made of rough-hewn logs that smelled faintly of smoke and damp wood. The front porch sagged slightly under its own weight, the railing loose in one corner. I parked my car and stepped out, immediately noticing the smell of wet leaves and earth mixing with the musty scent of old wood. There was no one around for miles, not even the distant hum of a car or a bird. The silence was complete, almost suffocating, and it made me uneasy. Still, I shrugged it off and hauled my bags inside. The interior was rustic. A small kitchen with peeling paint on the cupboards, a wood stove blackened with use, a living room with a threadbare rug, and a sofa that sagged in the middle. The bedroom had a narrow bed with clean sheets, and there was a small bathroom with a cracked mirror above the sink. It was simple but livable, and I told myself I had survived worse conditions on past camping trips. As I unpacked, the light outside dwindled completely. I lit a few candles and a small lantern and set them on the table, their warm glow barely pushing back the darkness that pressed against the windows. The walls seemed thinner than they should have been, allowing every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves to carry inside like a whisper. I ate a quick dinner and tried to settle in with a book, but the silence was too absolute, too intense. My thoughts started to wander toward all the things that could go wrong out here. I could easily be stranded if something happened to my car. A storm could hit, and I'd have no one to call. An animal could come close, or worse, another person, though I told myself it was unlikely anyone else would come this deep into the woods. Around 9 o'clock, I decided to check the cabin itself. I walked through every room, double-checking that the doors and windows were locked. Everything seemed fine, but the sensation of being watched didn't leave me. It wasn't a rational fear. There was no one here, just the forest. Yet every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally when I glanced at it, and I could hear small movements outside, the kind made by animals or the wind or something else. I went to bed earlier than usual, hoping sleep would settle my nerves. The bed was uncomfortable, the mattress uneven, and I found myself tossing and turning. Outside, the wind picked up, scratching against the cabin walls, rattling the window panes. Somewhere in the distance, a branch snapped. My eyes darted around the darkened room, but there was nothing to see. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my fear, and I drifted into a light, uneasy sleep. I woke in the middle of the night to a sound at the door. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again. A soft, deliberate tapping, like someone testing whether I was awake. My heart jumped. I froze under the blanket, straining to hear. The tapping stopped for a moment, then came again, slower this time, heavier. I told myself it was an animal, perhaps a raccoon or a bird, but the sound didn't fit. It was almost too deliberate, too controlled. I tried to call out, but my throat was dry and the words stuck. I considered reaching for the flashlight on the bedside table, but the thought of opening the door to see a figure out there made my stomach twist. I sat very still, listening, the silence in between the taps stretching unbearably long. After what felt like hours, the tapping stopped, and only the wind remained, sighing through the trees. The next morning, I decided to go for a walk. I needed to see more of the area, to make myself feel safer by knowing what was out there. The forest was dense, the trees tall and close together, their roots twisting up from the earth like gnarled fingers. The trail was narrow and overgrown, and I realized quickly that the cabin really was isolated. No other houses were visible, and the road I had driven in on was completely obscured by trees after a few hundred meters. My phone's signal was weak. The map worked, but I knew I couldn't rely on it in an emergency. I wandered along the trail, listening to the forest, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional call of a distant bird. Every now and then, I thought I saw something moving through the trees, but when I looked closer, there was nothing, just shadows shifting with the wind. I returned to the cabin in the early afternoon, feeling a little more settled, though still uneasy. I had started a fire in the stove to warm the place and dry the dampness in the air. The smell of burning wood filled the cabin, masking the damp mustiness. I sat on the sofa, trying to read again, but the thought of the tapping at the door the night before lingered. Couldn't shake it. I checked the locks, the windows, the doors. Everything was secured, yet the sense of being observed didn't leave. I told myself I was imagining things. Rationally, I knew it was likely just wildlife, but my imagination had a way of filling in the gaps. As night fell, the darkness seemed heavier than before. I lit the lantern and sat in the living room, listening to the wind. I could hear branches brushing against the cabin, leaves falling in the yard. I tried to keep myself busy with small chores. Stacking firewood, cleaning up the kitchen, organizing my supplies. But every sound made me jump, and I found myself checking the doors repeatedly. Around midnight, I heard it again. A soft scraping, coming from the side of the cabin near the back door. I froze, heart pounding, straining to listen. The sound continued, intermittent, almost like someone trying to test whether I was paying attention. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands shaking, and crept toward the back door. There was nothing outside but shadows and the thick darkness of the trees. I scanned the perimeter with the flashlight, and for a long time I saw nothing. Then, near the edge of the woods, I caught movement. Something slipping behind a tree, too fast and too deliberate to be a deer or a small animal. I spent the rest of the night awake, keeping a fire going and moving from window to window, scanning the woods. The wind had died down, leaving an unnatural quiet, punctuated only by occasional snaps and rustles. I didn't sleep again until dawn, exhausted and jittery. When morning came, I knew I couldn't stay. The isolation that had seemed peaceful before now felt dangerous. I packed quickly, making sure the doors were locked behind me, my hands shaking the whole time. I got into the car and started down the gravel driveway, but the road seemed longer, the trees pressing in closer than they had before. I drove slowly, scanning the sides of the road for anything unusual. Every branch that scraped against the car made me flinch. The drive down the mountain seemed to stretch forever, the winding turns amplifying my fear. When I reached the main road, I finally felt a wave of relief. The familiar sight of other cars, street signs, and distant houses made me realize just how unnerved I had been. I stopped at the first gas station I saw, parked, and sat in the car for a long time, breathing and trying to calm my racing heart. I called a friend to tell them where I had been, and hearing a normal voice on the other end helped ground me. I told myself I would never stay somewhere so isolated again. Even when I returned home, the images of the shadows, the taps at the door, and the movement at the edge of the woods haunted me. I kept thinking about what it could have been. A stranger, someone watching me, an animal, but never found a clear answer. All I knew was that the forest was darker, more alive, and more dangerous than I had anticipated. A week later, I read the local news. There had been reports of a man living off-grid in the area, spotted near cabins and abandoned roads. He had a history of confrontations with hikers and campers and was considered unpredictable and dangerous. I realized then that what I had experienced could have been him. Someone deliberately testing the cabin to see if anyone was there. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I understood then why the feeling of being watched had been so real. It wasn't my imagination. I had been in real danger, and luck had kept me safe. I also realized that I had handled the situation as best as I could, staying alert, keeping the cabin secure, leaving before nightfall. But it was only by chance that the danger hadn't escalated further. From that moment on, I respected the wilderness in a new way, understanding that isolation could hide not only beauty but threats that weren't always visible until it was too late. I had always thought that taking time alone in the woods would bring me a sense of peace I could never find in the city. The idea of a small cabin, tucked deep into the forest, with nothing but trees and silence, seemed like the perfect escape from everything that had begun to feel overwhelming in my life. When I found a listing online for a remote cabin available for a week, I jumped at it. The pictures showed a small wooden structure with a stone chimney, a little porch, and a backdrop of thick pines and hardwoods. The price was reasonable, which should have been my first warning. but the thought of isolation pulled me forward more strongly than caution ever could. The drive to the cabin was long and winding. I left early in the morning, my car packed with the essentials. A cooler of food, water, a few cans of fuel for the small wood stove, a flashlight, a first aid kit, a thick blanket, and a pile of books I thought I would read. The GPS led me down narrow roads that grew rougher with each mile, eventually giving way to gravel and then a faint dirt path. I kept my speed slow, aware that any sudden pothole or loose branch could puncture a tire. The air smelled different the closer I got to the cabin. It was cooler, crisp, scented with pine and damp soil, the kind of smell that immediately makes the city feel distant and unreal. When I finally arrived, the cabin sat in a small clearing, the surrounding trees dense and imposing. It was quieter than I expected, almost unnaturally so, with only the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional distant crow breaking the stillness. I parked my car on the uneven ground and walked up the small set of wooden steps leading to the cabin's porch. The wood creaked under my weight, but it felt solid. The front door opened easily, and I was greeted by the smell of aged wood mixed with a faint, musty scent of disuse. The cabin was small but cozy, with a fireplace, a modest kitchen, and a single bedroom. It had all I needed for a week: a bed, a small table, shelves, and a single chair. The first evening was uneventful. I unpacked my food, stacked firewood by the stove, and set up a few candles around the cabin. The shadows they cast danced across the walls, giving the room a warm, flickering light that made it feel less empty. I prepared a simple dinner, and when the sun set completely, I sat on the porch, wrapped in my blanket, staring into the darkness of the forest. The trees loomed, indistinct shapes against the night sky, and for the first time, I noticed the complete absence of other human presence. The sounds I usually ignored in the city, the wind through leaves, the distant call of animals, felt amplified and strange in the solitude. I went to bed early, thinking I would wake refreshed the next morning. Sleep did not come easily. I had expected silence, but the forest had a way of making its presence known. The faint rustling of branches, the thump of small animals moving in the underbrush, the occasional crack of a distant branch settling or breaking, all combined to make the cabin feel alive in a way that was both calming and unsettling. Around 2 in the morning, a sharp, irregular noise woke me. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the sound repeated, soft but deliberate, coming from the edge of the clearing near the treeline. My heart started racing, and I lay frozen, listening. Another noise, closer this time, like footsteps on dry leaves. My mind raced through every rational explanation. A deer, a raccoon, a stray dog. But as the minutes dragged on and the noises continued intermittently, something in me refused to accept these simple explanations. I stayed in bed until first light, my eyes barely closing, tension coiling in my chest. Morning brought no relief. The air felt colder than usual, and the forest appeared denser, more oppressive. I decided to go for a walk along the faint path leading from the cabin, hoping movement would shake off the unease. As I walked, the underbrush seemed thicker, the trees closer together, almost constricting. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded like a warning. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something, but saw nothing. By the third day, my unease had grown into something heavier, a persistent sense of being watched. The noises at night were more frequent, and sometimes I thought I saw movement in the shadows beyond the tree line. I reminded myself constantly that I was alone, that the forest was full of wildlife and the mind often plays tricks, especially in isolation. I reinforced the locks on the doors, checked the windows, and even tied a heavy rope across the porch steps for added security. Every precaution helped only marginally, because the tension did not leave me. That night, the noises began again, and I noticed something I had not before: the footprints. In the faint light of the moon, I saw them in the soft dirt near the cabin. Small, human-like prints, not quite the size of an adult's, leading from the tree line toward the cabin and then disappearing near the steps. My stomach turned, and I felt a cold sweat despite the fire burning steadily in the stove. I tried to convince myself it was a child who had wandered close, or perhaps someone leaving the path by accident. But the precision of the prints, the way they stopped and started, made it impossible to ignore. They suggested intention. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the floor of the cabin, flashlight in hand, scanning the tree-line for movement. Hours passed slowly, and by dawn, I was exhausted. The footprints were gone, and the ground appeared undisturbed, as if they had never existed. I considered leaving immediately, but the dirt path had turned to mud from the rain overnight, making my car stuck in the soft ground. I had no choice but to stay and wait for the ground to firm up. Over the next 2 days, my fear escalated into a constant vigilance. I kept the fire burning day and night, checked the perimeter repeatedly, and avoided going near the tree-line. Each noise, each crack of a branch, made my heart pound. Food became secondary. Sleep was almost impossible. My mind imagined every scenario, each more terrifying than the last, yet I forced myself to stay rational. I knew that panicking would not help, and yet every instinct screamed danger. Then, on the 5th night, the tension snapped. Around 1 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, but this time they were accompanied by something else. The sound of something sliding across the porch floor. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I trained it toward the door. There, barely visible in the moonlight, was a shadow. My first instinct was to run, but the small cabin left no hiding place. My mind raced for a plan. I remembered the rope tied across the steps, the knife I kept in my pocket, and the flare gun I had packed for emergencies. I gripped the flashlight and the knife together, stepping closer to the door, trying to control my trembling. The figure did not move, did not make a sound. It simply lingered at the edge of the porch, waiting. My mind froze, knowing that any sudden move could provoke it. Minutes passed like hours. Then, slowly, the figure retreated into the shadows of the trees. I did not move until I heard nothing more. The adrenaline left me shaking violently, but I realized that I had survived without confrontation. I reinforced the doors again, pushed heavy furniture in front of the windows, and made a mental vow to leave at first light. Morning brought relief, though not peace. The forest seemed almost normal in the daylight, but I could not shake the memory of the shadow. I packed quickly, loaded my car with trembling hands, and started the engine. The dirt path, now firm, allowed me to leave without incident. Driving away, I could feel the tension in my shoulders slowly releasing. The cabin disappeared behind the trees, and the forest returned to its indifferent calm. Weeks later, I discovered the truth about that cabin. Local authorities reported that a group of squatters had been living in the forest near that area. They were desperate, sometimes aggressive, and highly skilled at remaining hidden. The footprints I had seen, the noises, the shadow, they were all human, not imagined, not supernatural. The cabin had been on the edge of their territory, and I had been an unexpected intruder. The knowledge brought a strange sense of closure. My fear had been real, but it was grounded in reality, not fantasy. I learned from the experience that isolation in nature can be beautiful, but it can also expose you to dangers you cannot predict. I returned to the city with a new appreciation for human presence, for security, for community. The forest was no longer just a place of peace. It was a place of respect and caution. The cabin experience left me wary, yes, but also stronger, more aware, and deeply grateful for the safety I had taken for granted. I never went back to that forest, and I never forgot the tension, the quiet terror, and the sense of being watched in those dark, silent nights. I understood finally that sometimes the scariest things are not imaginary. They are very real, and they can be closer than you ever expect. I remember the first time I decided to go alone to a cabin deep in the woods. I thought it would be a good way to disconnect from everything: work, social media, the endless hum of the city. The cabin itself was nothing fancy, just a small wooden structure tucked away between thick pines and birches, with a stone chimney, a small porch, and a single dirt path leading up to it. The owner had warned me over the phone that the nearest neighbor was over a mile away, and cell service was spotty at best. But I wanted solitude, so I didn't mind. The drive there had been long, twisting along narrow country roads that wound between fields and then gave way to thick forests. By the time I parked at the small clearing in front of the cabin, the sun was low, casting a golden glow that made everything look calm and almost beautiful. But as soon as I got out of the car and took a deep breath of the cold, damp air, I felt that subtle unease you get when you realize you're completely alone somewhere unfamiliar. It wasn't fear exactly, just awareness. The cabin looked well maintained from the outside, though it was clear it hadn't been modernized in years. The wood was weathered, dark from decades of rain and sun. The windows were dusty, and the door creaked when I opened it. Inside, it smelled of old pine, damp earth, and wood smoke. There was a small kitchen with a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a single bedroom in the back. I unpacked my bag slowly, setting my supplies on the table, noticing the faint scratches on the floor near the bedroom door. I told myself it was just wear from previous visitors, but I made a mental note to check them later. I spent the first few hours settling in, stacking firewood by the stove, checking the cabin's plumbing, and lighting a small fire to chase away the early evening chill. Outside, the forest was quiet. Not the peaceful quiet you expect in a remote area, but an almost heavy, expectant quiet, where every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves seemed louder than it should be. I tried to ignore it and focus on my tasks, but I couldn't help glancing at the shadows stretching across the clearing through the windows. By nightfall, the darkness outside was complete. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the only light came from the flickering fire inside. I had eaten a simple meal and was sitting on the floor near the stove, watching the flames, when I heard it for the first time. A soft, irregular scraping noise coming from the back of the cabin. It wasn't continuous, just occasional, almost like someone shifting furniture slowly. My first instinct was to tell myself it was the wind, or perhaps a branch brushing against the side of the cabin. But the noise had a pattern that didn't match the wind. I grabbed a flashlight and moved toward the bedroom. The air felt heavier as I approached the door, and my heartbeat sped up, though I didn't fully understand why. I opened it slowly, shining the light around the small room. The bed was empty, the sheets undisturbed, and nothing seemed out of place except for a faint mark on the floor near the wall. Another scratch, deeper this time. I knelt down, inspecting it closely, and realized it looked fresh. I don't know why I didn't run immediately, but I forced myself to check the rest of the cabin. The living room and kitchen were empty, the windows closed, the back door locked. I went back to the stove, trying to calm myself. I sat on the floor and stared at the fire, listening. For a while, there was only the sound of the flames and the occasional pop of burning wood. Then the noise started again, this time coming from the front porch. Scraping, slow, deliberate. My stomach tightened. Whoever or whatever it was, they were outside. I debated calling the police, but with the spotty cell service, I wasn't sure I'd get a signal. I remembered the owner's words, "You're completely alone out there. It's just you and the woods." I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, trying to convince myself it was enough to protect me, and moved to the window. I peered out into the darkness, using the flashlight briefly to sweep the clearing. Nothing. No movement. Just the way the shadows of the trees shifted under the weak light of the fire inside. I waited, tense, for what felt like hours, but the noise didn't come again immediately. I decided to try to sleep, reasoning that perhaps I was imagining things. I lay down on the bed with the knife under my pillow, the room's silence thick, almost suffocating. Every sound outside made me jump. The wind brushing against the trees, a branch breaking in the distance, even the sound of the floorboards creaking under my own movements. Around midnight, I woke to a different sound. A slow, deliberate tapping on the roof, like someone walking lightly across the shingles. My breath caught and I froze. The tapping continued, moving across the roof, then paused. Then it started again, closer this time. I realized with a sinking feeling that whoever it was had gotten on the roof, moving above the cabin. The panic hit me fully, my hands shaking as I gripped the knife. I spent hours crouched on the bed, flashlight in hand, listening. The tapping eventually stopped, but the unease didn't fade. I stayed awake until the first hints of dawn, watching the windows for any sign of movement outside. By morning, the forest was still, the air cold and heavy. I told myself I must have imagined the night's noises, but the fresh scratch marks on the floor told me otherwise. I left the cabin briefly to clear my head, walking a little way down the dirt path. The forest looked peaceful in the morning light, normal even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I inspected the perimeter of the cabin and noticed footprints in the soft mud near the back door. Barely visible, but definitely human. Whoever had been here had walked right up to the cabin, and I had never heard them enter. That day, I made a plan. I reinforced the locks on the doors, placed heavy furniture against entry points, and barricaded the windows. I stayed mostly inside, cooking simple meals and keeping the fire going. Every little noise, birdsong, the creak of the cabin settling, a branch falling, made me tense. I documented everything, taking notes on the scratch marks, footprints, and odd noises, trying to convince myself I was being rational. The night that followed was worse. The tapping returned, this time along the side of the cabin, slow and deliberate. I could hear faint scraping against the walls, footsteps moving around the structure. I stayed silent, barely breathing, crouched in the corner of the main room. The knife felt insignificant in my hands, but I knew it was all I had. By dawn, the noises had stopped again, leaving only a lingering sense of intrusion, of someone having been there and left just as silently. Over the next 2 days, I stayed alert. I noticed small changes, footprints appearing after a night of rain, small branches broken near the windows, the occasional faint sound of movement outside when the wind was still. I became hyper-aware of every shadow, every reflection in the windows, every crack of the wooden floorboards. I realized that whoever had been around the cabin wasn't random. They were patient, methodical, and familiar with the terrain. On the third day, I decided I couldn't wait for things to escalate further. I drove into the nearest town about 15 minutes away to buy supplies and, more importantly, a way to protect myself better. I purchased a small security camera system with motion detection, extra locks, and pepper spray. I returned to the cabin and set everything up meticulously, placing cameras at all entry points, reinforcing doors, and planning escape routes in case someone tried to get in again. That night, for the first time, I felt a measure of control. The noises returned, of course, the scraping, the faint footsteps, but I knew I could see anyone approaching. The cameras confirmed my suspicion. Someone had been watching the cabin for days, moving silently through the woods, circling the building when I wasn't outside. They never attempted to enter while I was awake, but they were clearly probing, testing my defenses. Over the following week, I stayed inside during the night, observing through the cameras. I could see a figure moving through the trees, always careful, always keeping distance, sometimes crouched low to avoid detection. It was unnerving, but I also realized that the cameras gave me the upper hand. I documented everything meticulously, saved the footage, and made detailed notes. Finally, after almost 10 days, I noticed the pattern breaking. The figure stopped coming as frequently, eventually disappearing entirely. I never saw them approach the cabin again. I believe they realized I wasn't an easy target. I continued to stay vigilant for several more days before deciding it was safe enough to leave. When I packed up to leave, I took one last walk around the cabin and the surrounding clearing. I examined the scratch marks, footprints, and broken branches, feeling a strange mix of relief and lingering unease. I knew I had been watched, tested, and perhaps even threatened, but I had survived. I had learned to trust my instincts, to plan, and to prepare. Driving away from the cabin, I felt the weight of solitude lift. The forest looked normal, even inviting, but I knew the quiet held secrets. I had experienced fear in its rawest, most human form. Not from monsters, ghosts, I had been planning the trip for months, ever since I found the cabin listed online. It was tucked deep in the mountains, miles from the nearest town, with only a rough dirt road leading to it. The photos showed a small, rustic structure, built mostly from dark timber, sitting on a slope with a view of a dense forest. The idea of spending a week alone there, away from the noise and the people, sounded perfect. I imagined mornings waking to sunlight streaming through the windows, the smell of pine and earth in the air, and nights spent reading by a small wood stove. I did not think about the isolation beyond a sense of peace. At least, I did not think about it in any detail. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The GPS barely registered the area, and the last few miles were over a bumpy, narrow path that wound through thick trees, steep drops, and patches of loose gravel. At one point, I had to reverse carefully down a narrow slope when a rockslide had partially blocked the path. My heart had been racing with every turn, every unexpected rattle of the tires over stones, and yet I felt a thrill, the same kind that always came when I knew I was far from anything familiar. I told myself the danger was part of the adventure. When I finally reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the forest. The structure was even smaller than I expected, but sturdily built, with a porch that sagged slightly under the weight of old snow. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a small interior, simple and functional. There was a stove, a narrow sink, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a small bed tucked into a corner, and shelves with a few mismatched dishes. A pile of firewood sat neatly stacked near the wall, and an axe leaned against it. The cabin smelled faintly of dust and pine, and the air inside was cool. I set down my bag and looked out the window. The forest surrounded me, dense and silent. There were no other cabins in sight, no roads, no power lines. The only sound was the occasional creak of branches and the distant call of a bird. I felt a small thrill of satisfaction. This was exactly what I wanted: solitude. I spent the first hour unpacking, laying out the few items I had brought, stacking firewood near the stove, and checking the doors and windows. The cabin was simple but solid, and I felt confident it could keep me safe. I lit a small fire, watching the flames flicker and warm the small space. Outside, the sun set, painting the forest in deep orange and gold. I made myself a simple meal, heating canned beans on the stove, and then settled down with a book. The wind whispered through the trees, and the cabin felt like a sanctuary. As night fell, however, the quiet began to press in. It was not unpleasant at first, but slowly, the isolation became tangible. Every sound felt louder: the cracking of the wood as the cabin settled, the rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig somewhere outside. I realized I could not see much beyond the small clearing around the cabin. The forest was thick and dark, and I felt the weight of its presence pressing in. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would ease the tension. The bed was narrow and firm, and the air was cold. I fell asleep, but I woke hours later to the sound of something moving outside. It was subtle, a series of soft, irregular sounds, like footsteps or branches brushing together. My first thought was an animal, a deer, a raccoon, maybe a fox, but the pattern did not match anything I recognized. The noises stopped when I turned on the small bedside lamp, but my heart was racing. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, but sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was thick, with uneven ground, fallen trees, and patches of mud from recent rain. I found some animal tracks, probably deer or elk, and a few signs of smaller animals. Everything seemed normal, but a lingering sense of being watched followed me as I moved through the trees. I told myself it was paranoia, a side effect of isolation, but it was hard to shake the feeling. That night, the noises returned. I was cooking over the stove when I heard a series of snaps, closer this time, as if someone or something was moving just outside the clearing. I froze, listening. There was nothing visible through the windows, but I could feel the presence, as though the forest itself were observing me. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was secure. Still, the feeling would not leave. I spent the next day mostly inside, trying to stay calm. I stacked more firewood, cleaned the small space, and read. But the isolation gnawed at me. Every sound was amplified. A bird landing on the roof, the wind rattling branches, small animals moving through the underbrush. I began leaving the lights on at night, though I knew there was no one else around to see them. I slept poorly, constantly waking at small noises, and a tension grew in my chest I could not shake. By the third night, I was exhausted and tense. Around midnight, the noises returned, but this time they were different. There were distinct steps, heavy and deliberate, moving in a pattern that seemed almost cautious. They circled the cabin. My first thought was an animal, but the weight and timing were wrong. I could feel my pulse in my ears as I listened. I considered leaving immediately, but the thought of stumbling down the dark, uneven road in the middle of the night made me hesitate. I told myself to stay calm, to wait for daylight. Morning came slowly. I waited until the light was strong enough to see clearly outside. The steps had left marks in the dirt around the cabin. Large, boot-like impressions, too big to belong to a deer or bear. My stomach sank. I realized I was not alone in this forest, not in the way I had imagined. Someone had been here during the night. The following day, I prepared for any eventuality. I reinforced the door with the spare boards I found in the shed outside, sharpened the axe, and moved the heavier items near the windows so I could use them as makeshift barriers if necessary. I did not see anyone during the day, but the feeling of being watched never left. I considered leaving, but the road was still muddy and treacherous, and I did not want to risk slipping down the slope. That night, the footsteps returned. I stayed in the small room near the door, clutching the axe. The noise circled the cabin for hours. At one point, a rock hit the window near the stove. I jumped back, heart hammering, sweat soaking my clothes. The sound of scraping along the walls made me realize the person outside was testing the cabin, looking for weaknesses. Fear surged through me. I had imagined isolation as peace, but it was the perfect vulnerability. I spent the next hours thinking through my options. I could not call for help. There was no cell signal. I could not run into the forest. It was a trap. The only option was to wait until daylight and try to leave safely. I sat with the axe, listening, until the first light touched the trees. At dawn, I saw him, a man, moving cautiously along the tree line, his face hidden under a hood. He did not speak. I stayed inside, not moving, not making a sound. I considered throwing something, attacking if necessary, but he did not approach the cabin directly. He seemed to be assessing the area, testing for weakness. I waited hours, and eventually he left. The tracks remained, fresh and wide, evidence of his size and persistence. I knew I could not stay another night. I packed quickly, keeping the axe near me, and moved cautiously toward my car. I left everything behind except my essentials, glancing constantly over my shoulder. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, as if it too were aware of my presence. The drive down the mountain was tense. Every shadow, every movement in the trees made me flinch. I kept the windows up and the doors locked, and I did not stop until I reached the main road. By the time I reached the nearest town, I was shaking, exhausted, and drained. I reported the tracks and the encounter to the local authorities, who were skeptical but made a note of it. I never returned to the cabin, never even considered it. In the end, I realized what I had truly feared was not the forest, not the isolation, but the unknown presence that had been waiting, patient, just beyond the walls of the cabin. The memory of that week stayed with me, a constant reminder of how quickly peace can turn into terror when you are alone, and how vulnerable you really are when someone decides you are within reach. I never saw the man again, but the thought of him, moving silently through the trees, watching, remains vivid in my mind. I learned that solitude is fragile, and that the wilderness can be beautiful and peaceful, but it can also hide dangers that no amount of preparation can fully protect you from. I never tried to find another remote cabin after that. I stayed closer to towns, near other people, even if I went into the woods. The forest still calls, but the memory of those footsteps, the rock at the window, and the silent presence outside the cabin makes me respect it in a way I never had before. I understand now that true fear comes not from the imagined,